Good evening, everyone. Today is August 28th, 2024. It is 6:17. We're going to be opening our budget workshop agenda. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. John Boy,
Here.
Mr. Santiago,
Here.
Mr. Mata,
Here.
Mr. Self,
Here.
Mr. Dobbs,
Here.
and interim district manager is here. She'll be rated. And Mr. Fumero.
Here.
Okay. Can we all please stand for the pledge of allegiance, followed by prayer?
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very nice, Brother. Dear Father, thank you for bringing us here today. Let's have a joyful meeting and all get home safe. In your name, amen.
Amen.
Can we have a motion to open and discuss the current FY 224 and 2025 budget? Motion by Chris, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mama. Tom Wood?
We've had 3 budget meetings so far, I think, May, June, and July. And we agreed upon a tentative budget present to this meeting if there were no changes from the last meeting, which there haven't been. So before, we were presenting it in a tentative budget worksheet fashion, showed the current year revenues. You won't see that on this, because on the worksheet, it shows we have revenues of $3,640,865, and we expect expenditures of $3,547,949. So we're expecting to have our revenues exceed our expenditures by $92,906. Now, when you look at the tentative budget that we're actually approving, that also considers the prior year fund balance that we've accumulated and carried forward, so it's available for us to spend. That number is the last one on the revenue. It says prior year budgeted carry forward. So $1,870,000 is what we expect our fund balance to be at the end of this year, which is 2 months from now. So that'll be available to go forward into this year. And then that excess money that we don't have budgeted to spend is down at the very bottom, the contingency other, $2,043,000 of that is what's available but not budgeted for expenditure in this year. Now, $80,000 of that is a regular contingency that we do, have the availability to move to other categories. So the revenues and expenditures haven't changed from the last 2 meetings, or 3 meetings. So this is what we approved to bring forward to the board tonight. So we've been through it in detail. So it's now time to approve what we have approved coming forward as a tentative budget. And then the same numbers will be adopted tonight, presumably, as our final budget. Any questions? Answer them. It's not changed from the last 2 meetings.
In this, okay, I think I see it here. So we're saying capital outlay, we're seeing 100,000 in this fiscal year for overlay.
Right, that's what we budgeted to resurface Bay Road.
but if I'm not mistaken, we had funding in this budget for that as well, that we were never able to use.
Well, that, it's available as part of the carry forward, but only 100,000 was budgeted to spend this year. That's what everybody agreed on over the last meetings. We can always allocate different items. If something is coming in under, you can allocate it to that. It can be changed throughout the year.
So this is also taking into account, I think, a couple of the pieces of equipment that were supposed to come off the budget. Does it account for that?
Yes. Yes, and some of the debt service stuff has disappeared. but
Okay.
We've got the two vehicles have been bought in here, I mean, in this year. So they're not part of this budget. This-
Can I have a motion to approve this tentative budget?
Have a motion.
Motion by Marta, do I have a second? Second by Chris, all in favor? Aye, it passes. We're going to go now into our public comments regarding our budget workshop. Do we have any comments regarding our budget? No, we don't at this time. Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess from our budget workshop, and then we're gonna go right into our regular meeting.
Chair, question for you. If I'm not mistaken, I think our regular meeting starts at what? 7. So I had people reach out to me saying that they wanted to speak. If you start the meeting at 6:30, they get here at 7, will them still be able to speak? We do have a room full of people, and
Acaba de terminar esto, ahora me voy a la reunión. Ahora sí, ¿no? Bueno, 5 minutos, tiene un receso de 5 minutos ahora.
I'll give a 15-minute recess. It's 15 minutes. See if they can do it.
Sí, ya como 5 minutos.
what's up, man?
They just passed the budget, and some of us have never. It should have been passed out. A budget should have been passed
I want to say something about like.
Yes, it is.
They're not trying to. I know, so.
Didn't they say the meeting was supposed to be at the club?
The budgets were discussed prior to meetings, and at the time of going to pass them, or decline, there was budget passed out to everyone to read.
No, por eso como te digo, por eso me quisieron traer no, por eso ah, tú dices el del sí, el de los planteos pero que también es una vez hay que ir ahí. Yo soy una persona no, y lo malo es porque yo no quise todo bien para hacer unas casetas y antes yo tenía mucha también en la escuela unos cuantos años que ya
Don't sign with the petition to that guy. Because if you're gonna tell him sign something, sign something, he's gonna go to the garbage.
No, but we took it to the commission, to the meeting, and they threw it in the garbage and passed the damn thing.
They got Chris Selfridge for himself. He's just making the grass.
Well, I'm not talking
I used to live beside him years ago when he was
well, I'm not getting this answer. I'm talking about this point. We said no. We had to just say no. And they like, passed it. That was my point.
talking about when they changed the zoning. When they did the zoning, oh yeah, that was all spearheaded by Mike Smith. That guy, Chris is the one that had all the gates put up and fortified the levee.
Yeah, I remember that. When they did, I'm talking about the land sale, they come down telling you, look, this is how we want you to live, you're allowed 10 chickens. You know, you got 3 chickens. You can't have 4 chickens. That's what they were saying. But now we can ride the golf bus, but it's still
¿Tú vives aquí en Monterrey? Sí, 3 años. Ahí en Monterrey. Enfrente de...
we moved out here. My neighbors,
Tenemos que ir viendo de casa.
we just want to
Más cerca esta. Yo no quisiera casi no tengo haciendo.
oh yeah, remember Miami, I ran away from all that oh yeah, yeah. Now you can't. Water's not down there. I moved out here in 1980.
Que no miraba nada.
Somebody donated our original. it wasn't a military, but we did, I live right behind the courthouse. Yeah, so right now, the airport, yeah, and what they do is set up a map, it was awesome. I mean, it wasn't awesome, but and they said it was because of the bomb. And I got all the mail from the was that? Yeah, because I just saw a notice about this. For miles and miles. Water supply, infrastructure, air quality.
Esa de la esquina.
Well, yeah, that's true, but what I'm saying is, everybody's trying to fight the team, but they have so much money. That's what we were just saying, is that time period far off? You can say no, okay.
That's right.
Bring chairs in. They're bringing chairs now. Yes, my husband is, so I'm one for the sex, so I can help them chairs. They're bringing more chairs back. Yeah, no, okay, yeah, sorry. Appreciate it.
You know how you do it, you want to speak the truth, that's what you do. You want the people going to BS people around us and saying you're a politician and...
Originally, I was that was going to be going on over there.
Ahí enfrente. La primera línea. ¿Dónde está el de la farmacia? Here.
la recuerdo.
Sí.
¿De qué se tiempo?
Well, I have, I already go to jail again.
It's on, if you go to YouTube, and look us up, Central County.
Which one was it?
It's live, it's live. Yeah, yeah. It's they. You gotta see
Do like participate, interact back and forth?
we have no one. They can comment on the Facebook. They can get a little.
Makes sense.
It says, Santiago, esa es la clase. De los 5 de ellos, el principal, porque él es asociador, es la comunidad, él es el encargado, él es el principal de los temas.
Yeah, it is.
What are they normally right here? Right here. What are the ones that I've heard talk about at the clubhouse?
That's when it was a big meeting like this. And that's where we do our voting at too.
Perfect. All right. I got the meetings that have been held here.
Ah, okay.
Very specific.
Yeah, every third Wednesday.
Era muy mucho más joven.
Y de vez en cuando they would have chairs.
For everyone just coming in, if you have a public comment for Central County Water Control District, you can bring it up forth. And if you have also a comment for Hendry County Board of Commissioners regarding the sand pit, you can bring that forth as well. We'll present that to them when they do speak and give their presentation. Two separate agenda items and two separate meetings that will be taking place regarding that. So just to clarify that confusion, our Central County meeting is separate from the Hendry County sand pit meeting, but we will still take your public comments and present it to them so that they can address. And the Board of Central County will speak as one voice or individual as residents. So just to clarify that, we are here as your voice, but they are also here going to give a presentation, okay?
Presentation's going first. Okay, so just give me a heads up and I'll get it.
Let me be careful.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why they decided to do it. Because they had
Yes. So I'll go ahead and give it. Yeah. Yeah, you guys are going first, like I told you. Yeah. Unlock my computer. Yes, there's 4 seats. Yeah, I was doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and we have 4 chairs. Right, exactly.
He did what?
The only people that are get the notice if you live within 15 feet of the property. That's what I was. What do they do it? It's like 2 letters. You know, you see all their fields down there? That's right next to one. So I had three out here. No. Florida Power and Light, when I talk to me, I tell the neighbors, they don't even talk to you because you're too far away. Doesn't even matter to them. You're more than 1,500 feet from that solar field. So, there's only like 5 families that live alive. So we were the ones that Florida Power and Light were meeting with. Actually, I voted for it because it's better to get what's going on. That's what was going to happen. We got it in the Orange Street. The developer would have the project.
Eso es como una, esto es más como variedad. Yeah, the one coming back.
Good evening, everyone. Here is our regular meeting, August 28th, 2024. No, I'm going to tell the citizens I'm giving it to Hendrick County. Okay, as our attorney advised, we're not opening a meeting. We're going to be handing over the floor to Hendrick County to discuss the mine. So anyone from Hendrick County?
Good evening, I'm Ryan Alexander, I'm Director of Planning and Community Development for Hendrick County. So like was just said, there'll be no vote, this is just a public meeting to talk about the mine, answer any questions you guys have. We have a representative from Johnson Engineering that will make a presentation to talk about it and answer any questions you guys have. Again, there's no vote, and it's just a public hearing.
Yeah, this is a Hendrick County community hearing where you happen to be using the building at the very same time that the Central County Board meets. So there's been some confusion about that. So that's why the chair's not convening the meeting, because we'll let you have your meeting first. And after that, we'll convene the board meeting.
Hey, Brian, you have a business card?
I do.
Can you pass that to me? Yeah. Thank you.
I'll make sure I check.
Thanks, sir.
If you could get hold of our chairs, more people come in.
Just kind of like an engineer.
So I'll just put tail on that it's not a hearing either, it's just a community informational meeting, sharing information about the project that's coming up, and assuming most of you are here for. I typically face the audience, but my presentation's over here, so I'm gonna make the presentation facing this way, and then I can address any comments or questions that we have after. We do have some interpreters on hand if there does need to be some translation or interpretation. Just let me know.
Can you have that interpreter? Majority of our citizens here speak Spanish.
So do you want me to just like present a slide, interpret a slide?
Yes, let's do it that way.
Let's do it that way. So I'm gonna ask someone from my team to come forward and help interpret.
Also, Chair, if you don't mind, can you ask, can we speak a little bit because it's being recorded, so we make sure the people that are
Absolutely.
here.
A little light.
No, if you speak up, we'll pick it up pretty good.
Box to
So
stand.
the people that are looking at it online and they're gonna watch it, they can clear the image.
Idea. Okay. So I just want to give some quick introductions. My name is Amanda Martin. I'm with Johnson Engineering. I'm representing the applicant, Ariana. We do have some representatives from Ariana, including Kirk, Fidel, Corbin, and Richard, who work on the ecological and geological side, attorneys, and the mine operator. With Johnson Engineering, I've got a whole team of experts ready to answer questions. I've got Leah, she is a transportation engineer. Alfredo, Alec, and Andy will address any hydrology or water resource questions. Can I have the light on? Sorry. That was, so just a brief overview on Yana Industries. They are a family-owned, Florida-based business with about 150 employees. They've been in operation for over 70 years and have managed about 10 sand mines over their history. You may be familiar with the Ortona mine, which has been a neighbor within the community since 1961. The mining operations we are talking about today are similar in nature to the Ortona mine operations, but they will have state-of-the-art mining and updated technology. Yana has been invested in Hendry County for many years and has continued to support the community and the economy.
Ok, Yana Industries ha estado aquí en el estado de Florida por más de 70 años y ya se están encargados de más de 10 minas de arena. Okay? Y una de esas es la mina de Ortona. Y la mina que quieren poner aquí va a ser más o menos mucho en común con la mina que está en Ortona. Okay? Tiene más de 150 empleados y todo aquí en el estado de Florida.
Lo que van a poner no es aquí en Central County, es outside Central County, correcto?
Es just one Central County, Northwest.
¿Estás seguro que le expliquen bien a la comunidad? Al decir que va a ser aquí, ellos van a pensar que se va a hacer.
Oh, perdón, sí.
Hay que explicar que fuera de Central County.
Ok, pues ahorita vamos a enseñar un plano que va a enseñar más o menos dónde va a estar el proyecto. He was asking where exactly the site is at. This physical
It's
picture
clarifying
here.
it's outside the geographic jurisdiction.
Otherwise, the community is going to think it's in here.
In other words, the comments should be going to Hendry County, not Central County Water.
Yes, we will have contact information with that.
It's outside the Ventura district.
Okay, so now we can dive into the project details. The site is located on the San Francisco Trail on County Road 833. It's directly north of Montana Ranch Estates and about 3/4 of a mile southeast from Lithika Acres. The surrounding properties are all agricultural uses with the exception of Montana Ranch Estates to the south.
Ok, aquí está el sitio, está directamente norte de Montura. Mide más o menos 1,330 acres y ahorita todo es huerta de naranja, ¿verdad?
The request is to rezone from A2 to PUD to allow for a sand mine and associated uses on approximately 1,330 acres. Some of you may be familiar with mining terms like borrow pit, or clay pit, or a fill pit that leaves a water hole in the ground. Those techniques will not be used used on this site. Mechanical excavation like a backhoe or a drag line are not being used on this site. The sand mining uses wet dredging instead, which is like a boat or a dredge in the water that essentially vacuums up the sand from the bottom of the lake. There's no blasting, there's no rock crushing, those familiar terms that you may have heard with mining is not occurring here. It's a wet dredging mining operation.
Aquí, ¿cuál es el pedido? ¿Cuál es la solicitud? La solicitud es convertir las huertas de naranja para un desarrollo de minas, ¿verdad? Para sacar arena de la tierra y minarla. ¿Okay? Todo se va a hacer, se va a escarbar mojado. No va a haber nada de bajando del nivel del agua, nada de eso. Todo se va a escarbar mojado. Porque no va a quedar un vacío ahí, un pozo vacío, se va a quedar un helado. Okay?
Excuse me, under that startup area, that 20, what's that number, Ted?
Yeah, so this is the startup area. And it's expected to be completed around 2045 from that area. So the citrus farming and the ag uses are going to continue alongside the mining. The mining will start on the east side of County Road 833.
While they're speaking, let's keep it to a minimum so we can hear them on the live as we come in, please. Thank you.
Sorry, mining will start on the east side of County Road 833 in this White Box area. It's about half a mile north of Montura. It's going to take about 20 years to complete that phase of mining. The citrus trees to the south of that startup area will remain during that first phase there.
La mina de arena va a comenzar en serie el bloque blanco ahí, va a durar aproximadamente 20 años y todos los árboles, todas las huertas que miras al sur y al oeste de ese bloque se va a quedar en operación. Eso no se va a quitar, eso va a seguir adelante en la operación.
So this is the master concept plan. Mining will start on the northeast side of County Road 833, as I had just mentioned.
Ok, aquí está el plano del concepto. Cuando miras el bloque negro, ahí va a comenzar la mina, ahí va a comenzar salvando por la arena.
The storage, weighing, and staging area and the commercial area are on the northwest side of County Road 833.
En esa misma etapa van a escarbar la arena y la van a mandar al otro lado del 833, donde se va a guardar, separar, pesar para luego a cargar fuera de la planta. Eso se llama la plant site, la planta.
So this area is about 1 mile north of Montura and will also be developed during those startup phases.
So esta es la primera etapa, es más o menos una milla norte de Montura.
All of these areas will have a landscape buffer at time of construction, and we're going to dive into those buffer details on the next slide.
Ok, todo lo que mide su orilla del 833 y Panton va a tener lo que se llama un buffer, que es simplemente una barrera. Y hoy vamos a explicar más en detalle ahorita.
The mining will then move south along Pine Point Avenue.
Después de la primera etapa, sigue la segunda etapa, que está directamente al norte de Pine Point Avenue.
Before moving west of County Road 833.
Después de esa etapa sigue el otro lado del 833, que es la última etapa de la mina.
The pasture area will remain on the southwest side of County Road 833. There's no planned development in that area.
El pasto que está al sur de esa última mina se va a quedar allí, no se va a tocar. Eso se va a quedar allí. Mira, 150 acres.
Sorry. There's some more seating up front if you guys want to come on in. There's two seats up here. Yeah, you can turn it. Get the best seats in the house. Sorry for that. So this is a very large site, and it's really difficult to see and understand the enhanced setbacks that are being provided in this area, so we're just gonna run through a couple of them. Along County Road 833, the setback ranges from 240 to 280 feet, and that's roughly the size of a football field. So any activities happening about a football field away from the property boundary there.
No vamos a escarbar orilla de la calle, vamos a tener setback, ¿ok? ¿Qué es una setback? Es un retroceso, una distancia de la calle a donde va a comenzar la excavación. Y ahorita vamos a ver en más detalle cuántos pies de la calle va a comenzar esta excavación.
The commercial lease area on the northwest side of County Road 83 is set back 155 feet.
Por el de arriba está la distancia de la calle para la mina, son más o menos 155 pies.
And along Pinecone Avenue, the minimum excavation setback is 285 feet from the project boundary, and again, that's about the size of a football field.
Y en Pinecone, ahí se va a separar 285 pies de la calle.
An enhanced landscape buffer is provided in those setback areas that we just talked about on the last screen. We have worked with staff to accommodate an adequate buffer that's going to minimize those visual impacts. A 64-foot wide and 8-foot high vegetated buffer with a berm is provided along both sides of County Road 833 and along Pinecone Avenue.
Vamos a instalar una buffer, ¿ok? Un buffer, que es un buffer, es como una barrera, ¿verdad? Esta barrera va a medir 8 pies de altura y 65 pies ancha. Y arriba de la barrera vamos a plantar árboles para que no se mire adentro y para seguridad, ¿verdad?
So the photo you see here is similar to the buffer that will be installed and what you will be seeing from Pinecone or County Road 833 as you travel.
Y aquí está una foto que enseña la barrera que va a ser hecha de tierra, y aquí está un detalle, un dibujo aquí más allá abajo para que se vea en plano.
The green, red, and purple dashed lines represent where those landscape buffers are going to be installed as development occurs near those areas.
Todo lo que mires en rojo, en verde, todo lo que está viendo en la calle va a tener un buffer para seguridad y para mover para dentro, ¿verdad?
As I had mentioned, there will be no rock crushing or blasting associated with the sand mine. The dredge and the floating boosters are electric powered, generating minimal noise. The loading and hauling activities occur about 1 mile away from Montura on the northwest side of County Road 833, and about 90% of that truck traffic is going to head north. Safety measures include fencing, signage, perimeter berms, mining berms, and then compliance with the Mine Safety and Health Administration, or MSHA, standards. The commercial, industrial, manufacturing area will employ dozens of folks, and the mine itself will have about 10 employees. This project will also create truck driving employment opportunities for the community as well.
Ok, no va a haber nada de dinamita o voladura de rocas. Toda la excavación se va a hacer debajo del agua. Y todo va a ser eléctrico. La draga y la excavación y las pompas van a ser eléctricas para minimar para que no se oiga mucho, ¿verdad? La carga de camiones va a ser más o menos una vía norte de montura, otra vez para que no haga mucho ruido. Y va a haber mucha seguridad, otra vez hablando de las barreras para que gente no nomás esté entrando y saliendo, todas las barreras. Y también minas tienen sus propias reglas, ¿verdad? Para estar seguros, para no tener accidentes. Y vamos a hablar un poquito de trabajo, ¿verdad? La mina y la planta va a construir como 10 nuevos trabajos, y la carga. La de las técnicas ahí para otros lugares del estado, ¿verdad? Vamos a necesitar camiones de tompe para todos los viajes que va a hacer toda la arena.
So I know truck traffic and road conditions are a concern when any development is proposed. We have worked closely with staff to understand the road conditions and the improvement needs in the area, and we've been cooperative to accommodate those needs. There are two commitments worth mentioning that Yana is making to improve road conditions in the community. First, space is dedicated on the plan for future road widening. We have accommodated space on both sides of County Road 833 and on the north side of Pine Cone Avenue for future road widening. And then second, the applicant is financially committing to provide funds towards repaving and resurfacing County Road 833 from the mine entrance to State Road 80 before operations begin.
Y ya sabemos que la carretera 823 sí está dañada. El aplicante ya está, que va a dar fondos para mejorar la calle, ¿verdad? Y se necesita también estar dejando espacio para hacer la carretera más ancha, no nomás el 823, pero también el Pine Cone Avenue, para dejar espacio para hacer la carretera más grande y también después de poner fondos para arreglar la carretera.
As I had mentioned, wet dredging is used to mine the sand. The majority of the water is recirculated on site and it returns to the mine pit. Water is contained on the site, there is no dewatering involved. To give perspective of the expected water use, the current ag operations typically use more water than sand mining operations. So the overall water use is intended to reduce over time. The South Florida Water Management District and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection requires that we meet permitting criteria. So this includes installing monitoring wells which monitor water levels and water quality to ensure that there's no negative water impacts to the surrounding properties.
Porque otra vez la mina es para escarbar la arena, no para sacar agua, ¿verdad? La agua se va a quedar ahí y va a quedar un lago. ¿Okay? Cuando llueva, ¿cómo vamos a mantener el agua que se queda dentro de la mina? Pues vamos a construir muros, barreras para que no se salga, ¿verdad? Cuando llueva, se sube el agua, nada se va a salir, vamos a construir barreras alrededor. También tenemos que agarrar permisos del Estado, hay reglas, tenemos que entregar, ¿cómo se llama? Records, para saber que no va a bajar nada el agua en la mina y tampoco que la calidad del agua va a seguir, bien, ¿verdad?
After mining is complete, providing reclamation efforts is also important. Again, we have worked with staff to make sure that the site has viable use options after the mining is done. We've designed an accommodated space on the plan to allow for lots similar in size to the neighboring Montour Ranch estate lot sizes. Displayed are examples of other reclaimed mining areas. The photo on the right shows a residential use abutting the Mines Lake area, and then the photo on the left shows no additional development and just the plantings around the mine lake after activities are complete.
Que recuperación. Cuando ya esté toda la mina ya acabada, va a quedar un lago. Vamos a dejar suficiente espacio para que no nomás quede un lago, ahí va a haber espacio para poner casas en el futuro.
So let's talk a little bit about where we are in the review process. Right now, we are still responding to staff comments. After staff determines that we meet the criteria and the application is found sufficient, the project will then go to an LPA hearing and a Board of County Commissioners hearing. We anticipate moving through this rezoning process by the end of the year.
La aplicación para este proyecto todavía está en review, ¿okay? Todavía nos falta mandar aquí, depende del comisionado y pues esperemos que a fin del año estemos en control ahorita y ver qué pasa ahora y esa junta.
So that wraps up my portion of the presentation. That's the information I have to give, but I will now look to the audience for comments or questions. And
Before we get to the audience, I got two questions.
Okay.
Are you Amanda, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This is on behalf of the Central County and sorry, this is on behalf of Roberto Moreno.
Thank you.
Landowner of Central County. How the traffic is going to affect the Pine Cone? On 833 and Pine Cone, how's it going to affect that?
How is traffic impacted? That's always a good question. So, the road does have capacity for the proposed traffic to go through there. About 90% of that traffic is going to leave the mine on County Road 833 and travel north. So 10%.
You think it's gonna look that way, but sometimes it's gonna come down, fine, so that's fine. The next, oh, sorry, I'll take a few more questions, okay? The next question, for how long this mine is gonna be in operation?
Entirety on both sides of County Road 833, it's about 100 years.
So that show there, those housing is gonna be 100 years from now.
That is correct, that is.
So that's not in the near future,
Correct.
okay? And how big that's gonna be, that lake, that you can live there, how many miles?
I think it's about 350 acres on each side.
Okay. It's gonna be a 24/7?
So dredging is proposed to occur 24 hours, that's boat operations. Traffic is limited to weekdays 4 to 4.
So it'll be 20, right, 7 days.
No operations on Sunday, I think it's just Monday through Saturday, half a day on Saturday.
And you already acquired that land to do that?
I'm sorry?
You already bought that land to do it? You already own that land?
It's a land already purchased.
Uh-huh.
There's a lease agreement for the eastern side and I believe the western side is lease purchased.
And the question is, why that area?
Because it has really great sand deposits. They actually tested a few other areas. And this area just has a lot of sand deposit. It's the right area to mine. You're not going to mine an area that's not going to be productive.
Have you looking at another area?
I think as an industry, they look in all areas for sand, but sand is needed in the area for road projects, beach renourishment, those types of things.
When you say near here, where is here? I mean, Central County, La Veos, I mean, where do you think you'll move that sand?
In Florida, I'm going to defer to our, it's so busy out there, I don't know if I can get Kirk or Courtney in here. Oh, Fidel can answer that. Thank you.
I can answer that one.
This is Fidel, he's the Ortona mine operator.
Girl.
Sorry, there is another chair over here, yeah, if you get more people. There's a couple more chairs in here if you all want.
So the majority of the sand, is there a big project going on somewhere that a lot of the sand is going to be allocated to and sent to? But most of these big sand mines, there's usually something bigger coming around that they'd end up, supplying towards somebody. So is there something bigger going on outside of here or within the county?
So I think that tails on the question, so let's get Kirk or Corby inside to answer that question of exactly where they're anticipating.
Yeah.
There we go.
The anticipated market is the East Coast, so we would go north to 80 and then eastward to the coast.
Would it affect the water table for our wells here?
We have to take our turn. There's a lot of people here who want to speak. Everyone's going to get their time to speak. But right now we have to let everyone take their turn to speak.
Oh, sorry, this is Kirk, he's representing the applicant. He just said that most of his sand is anticipated to head north and then east. So for projects on the east coast.
My questions that I have for you guys, were you guys part of the project that was off of 80?
I was not a part of the project that was off of 80.
You guys didn't have any regarding off of 80? Did you guys have any projects in Glades County?
We operate the Ortona mine in Glades County.
Okay. All right. There was a lot of feedback from the community there that wasn't so prevy as them being our neighbor. And the rest of the board, I don't speak for them. I speak as the chair, as an elected official for the body of Montura. And many people here in Montura don't think it's a great idea. The people in which govern Montura is all of us. The county didn't, and I want to speak to whoever's over Johnson and then the county representative after. We weren't privy of communication. We like our community to be aware of what's going on and what's going on. If we're going to pay from 80 to the beginning of the landmine, what does that do to benefit us as a whole, as a body? That's number one. Number two, it seems like our taxes is going to change because the county's going to have to do some fluctuation. That's not fair to the body of Montura. And a raise of hands, everyone here that is a Montour resident, how has your taxes increased? So with that being said, if you do want to put a beautiful project just like the airport across on the other end, what benefits does the whole as a body of Montour get? Just a road that you guys say you're going to pave, or more jobs that you guys promised within 100 years, or a community? I'm sorry, but through all the comments that I read, there is no one that wants it. Now, I'm just speaking. I'm speaking on behalf of my voters. If you want something like to happen, what is it going to benefit us? What is it going to do for our community? That's number one. Number two, and not just that being said, I don't see the project communicating workshops with the community of Montour. I hear them doing it with the county, oversighting anybody here, meaning all of the voters.
Hey, can I address some of your
Yes, you
questions?
can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, as far as communication is concerned, we're still in the review process. So staff has to find that our application is meeting criteria. So this isn't the first time that we've come with a project. We've been communicating with staff. They're making us aware of the needs of the community. We're adjusting our project.
They don't, I'm sorry to cut you off. Hendry County, they don't do nothing for Montour. All they do is they collect taxes. None of them do it. We all, and I'm gonna finish. All we did was we just voted in a brand new county commissioner right there, Michael Atkinson, in hope that he's gonna do something for us. So I'm just letting you know, the county and Montour is on very thin ice. They do not like Hendry County. So as you can continue.
Okay, so the project does have to meet land development code standards. So we have to go through that process to make sure that our project meets codes. So this meeting is not a required meeting. I'm not required to come out to the community and explain my project. I am required to go before the planning board and the county of commissioners. So the applicant is reaching out, is hosting this meeting. We've agreed with staff that it's an important thing to do to reach out to the community. So you're not just hearing it last minute. We're not through the process. There's still time to take input and to understand your concerns better and make adjustments. We're not at the finish line. So this is a voluntary meeting. About midway through the process, you know, it takes time. You don't show your first sketch, you know, when it's not finished. So we're not finished yet. We're still working on it, but we're about halfway through
Let's
the
make clear
process.
that Coastal Engineering is not going to invest time and effort and funds talking to the community like they're doing right now if they don't have something that they know they're going to get. Let's make clear of that. No, the county has. I understand that, but.
Yeah, so it still has to go through an approval.
They know they're going to get.
Yeah, and then I think you had also mentioned taxes and the road repaving. So I know that Hendry County overall is going through tax changes. I've been in on those meetings and have been following them. So I do understand that there is a financial impact to everybody here, whether this project is approved or not. Like, it's not going to change that. Mine is an agricultural use. We're not putting in a commercial retail center across the street, so you're not expecting those types of tax changes coming their way. As you mentioned, we are committing to financially commit money to repaving, resurfacing the road, and those funds are being committed up front. It is a part of our PUD package. There's a lot of commitments that are coming along with it, so they're in writing. So they're not just ideas that I'm spewing at a meeting, they're ideas that are in writing. So any of those traffic needs, I believe Shane is still evaluating those. We've proposed what those are. He's evaluating them, making sure that they're viable numbers to do those.
So when you mentioned the 3-lane roads, is that going to be from that project all the way down, if it's approved, all the way down to 80 with lighting and the whole scenario? The reason I'm saying is the county not too long ago, thankfully, put some markings on 833 because 833 was pretty dangerous. Our kids travel through that road. A lot of us have to use that road to do it from MU. So there's not at times adequate lighting. There's not at times adequate where you can actually see the line where you need to be in. So I think my question is, if approved by the county commissioners, is it going to be 3 lanes all the way down? Because the biggest challenge that I'm going to see Going to Palmdale the other day, I think there's another operation on 29 somewhere. There's quite a bit of trucks lined up, ready to go. So like for instance, if you're coming from 80 this way, coming south, and you're having to turn into the Jonapit, there could be, say, 5 or 10 trucks. Well, hopefully they'll be in the middle lane because there'll be a third lane on the corner, and that will interrupt traffic. But is it going to be 3 lanes all the way down, or for a certain amount? And will it be divided all the way down the road?
So that's a great question. So Shane has requested extended setbacks, so we've provided what he has asked for. We are still working on that, negotiating. I think I just got an email from him today that he's evaluating what we recently submitted or asked for review on. Does that include lighting? I don't know that answer. Shane is working on numbers. Shane, do you know if that?
No, he don't have the answer. That's fine. But it will, if it does get approved, so all of us will be on the same page, even with the county. We want to make sure, if it's approved by the county commissioners, that 3-lane road is going to be intact, in place, operational. Not the 2-lane operation, because that's dangerous, if it's approved. That is a dangerous operation, not just for us, the truckers and everybody else. Because most operations, most truckers, and I see them, they're up at 2 and 3 in the morning moving dirt, right? They're moving, they're lining up, so that's pretty early. I understand they're trying to move up to the East Coast and coming back, I totally understand that. But there's a lot of our people going to work, and with 2 lanes, I can see fatalities happen.
So I'm going to take that comment. I'm sorry, I have one more question that I need to address.
Why instead of fixing the road, I'm making 3 lanes from State Road 80 all the way to the property? Why don't you make it all the way down to 832?
That's right, take it all the way down.
Because the proportionate share of the traffic coming from the line is heading north. It's not heading south. So as Mr. Aiken just mentioned, we're not in control of other people's property. So we are dedicating area and space on the Yana property to accommodate for the road widening. So I have not continued down and asked all of my Montura people to donate land or reserve space for land. So that's why I can't go past my mind.
But it's going to be a big inconvenience for the Ventura residents having all those roads in the road from the Johnson property all the way down to the thing. There'll be a lot of inconvenience. There'll be a lot of trucks.
Okay, we're gonna let her finish, after you, Chris, let her finish with her statement so our citizens can oppose to her what they don't want about the mine. Go ahead, Chris.
So I think the other comment you had as well was that jobs are not coming for 100 years, and that is not the case. The mine operators and those associated jobs that were up on the screen, those jobs are there as soon as operations begin. Trucking is anticipated to have some additional jobs to support the economy, and then when the industrial...
And not to cut you off, but how far do you think it'll take until we get to see those jobs?
Yeah, so we anticipate being finished with that first mining area, I can speak back to that, within 20 years. So that's a much shorter time frame of saying that within 20 years.
So you're saying within 20 years we'll start hiring for that?
I would say well before the 20 years. I anticipate...
5, 10, you have a number?
Yeah, as soon as mining operations begin, we need employees. As soon as operations begin.
So we don't have a set number on when we can start looking into hiring, is what you're basically saying. Because from your experience of doing the mine work, you should know from beginning to end how long it took from the planning stage. So from your last other mines, how long did it take from this stage into hiring?
A little bit has been interrogated, so I'm trying to answer your question as fast as I can.
Okay.
The entire mining operations are expected to be completed within 100 years. This startup area is anticipated to be done within about 20 years. So when it begins, we anticipated we finish in 20 years, but when it begins is when jobs are needed. You're asking me to put on a date, when is it starting? I've been working on this for 2 years already, and we're just now here at this part of the process.
So any of the other mines you don't have experience from when you started the planning process and then started looking to hiring people?
I can ask out, but each Each county has
Two to 3 years.
2 to 3 years.
Are you
2 to
with
3.
Johnson Engineering?
No, I'm with Yana. 2 to 3 years is approximately how long it takes us to start the mine, to build the facility, and we immediately start hiring, as do trucking starts immediately. So 2 to 3 years is when the hiring starts.
I have a question. And can you let the community know, when you talk about jobs, can you express or roughly what type of salaries we're talking about? Minimum wage? What are we talking about?
We'd be more than happy to get that together and get that to y'all for the community, absolutely.
Appreciate it.
So I got a question about, because they have a similar situation going on south of Garcias, all the people that are coming out from Broward and Miami side. So whenever they pick up their loads of dirt and they go either north or south, either direction, they deposit a lot of sand and stuff off the trucks, and what ends up doing, it burns up the sides of the roads and it floods out the roads. And then if the road's already in bad condition, started breaking up a lot of your pavement, a lot of your subgrade, then people hydroplane and crash. So I know y'all are proposing to do from Pinecone to 80, so south of that, it'll still affect this community in that sense too. So if they're gonna have to cut out and scrape the edges of them roads, Hendry County's gonna have to do that. I'm sure they're gonna put our taxes higher to pay for that stuff.
So I appreciate the comment, thank you. So it is a sand mining operation, it's not a muddy operation. There is like stacking area. So the sand is anticipated to fall off the tires, that type of stuff is on the site. I've gone out to the Ortona mine and seen that there is a small amount of sand that piles up, and I believe it is in our proposed conditions to maintain that, so that it's our cost to maintain near the entrance of the mine.
Yeah, because we see it down there all the time and it ends up down in the drainage systems out there, so we physically see that, we know that it happens. Because a lot of that stuff falls off, and there's some guys that they don't close the bed of their truck, and as they're going, you just see it just pouring out, and then all that, and then when you get your rainstorms end up washing out, you make your burns, and then people are hydroplaning and crashing, and there has to be a maintenance behind that too. And I don't think that your company or that they're gonna be the ones doing that. It's probably gonna end up falling on Hendry County.
No, I believe it's in our, I mean, I'm gonna make a note of it, but I do believe it's in our proposed conditions to maintain that. And Yana wants to create a safe environment for their truck drivers. They don't want accidents occurring, et cetera. They do want safe driving conditions, and they want well-maintained roads.
Yeah, because everything south is, I mean, them roads are pretty bad shape. So I mean, from Pinecone to 80 will look good, but everything back towards reservation side, I mean, it's gonna be destroyed. And then whenever they propose to fix that, I guarantee you the taxes are gonna go up, or they're gonna leave it abandoned and it's just gonna get destroyed.
You mentioned in one of your comments that John or the company's only gonna take care of their part. So John doesn't own all the way to 80, so that's my question, is on that 3-lane road only gonna be a certain section?
That's a land, bro.
Correct, I can only put aside space on land that I have control over.
Okay, for the community, John Whitten?
I have one more question if I can.
Yeah, go.
How deep are y'all gonna mine?
That's a great question. I believe on one side it's about 150 feet and the other is 130.
Yeah, that's the depth of most people's wells out here. They're about 8 foot, 8.5 foot.
So I think what I heard from what you just said is that you're concerned about water leaving the site and the taking of water. The majority, it's like evaporation that's occurring. That's the water leaving the site. It's a very de minimis amount of water leaving the site. As I mentioned earlier, citrus ag operations require a lot of water. Sand mining requires substantially less water than ag operations. So we're expecting a decrease in water use over time.
And they already completed like a hydrological study on that? As far as the water, they haven't got that far into it yet, within the hydrology of that area.
So we have looked at the area generally speaking, but as I had mentioned during the state permitting process, they're going to have to install monitor wells for water quality and water levels, so those will continue to be monitored.
Yeah, because I know that you're surrounded by U.S. sugar, and then what ends up happening, there's a lot of nutrients and stuff that end up leaching over into a lot of that material, then once it is taken out, it's going to end up being in other places.
I'm going to defer to our water experts.
So as far as surface water, no surface water is leaving our site.
Right, but I mean, so that land used to be orange groves?
It's currently.
That's currently our control center.
Okay. Have they done soil sampling on it to see if the phosphorus levels or any type of nutrient levels in there?
Ain't done none of that.
Yeah, because what ends up happening is like you take an area that had a lot of heavy ag on it, and then you start removing that material, and then you send it to other places, all that's gonna start leaching off within the community, so I mean, it could end into your waterways and stuff.
Correct, but you're talking about water below the ground. As far as surface water is concerned,
Yeah.
nothing.
But the sand, so if I decided to buy a load of sand from y'all, and let's say that it's just full of nutrients, phosphorus and stuff, you know, how are y'all gonna control, you know, there has to be that threshold only. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, like how contaminated the soil is gonna be from aggressive ag.
My name's Adam, by the way. I'm a hydrogeologist. Are you concerned with material leaving the site having impacts?
Or whatever's gonna be in it, because some of that's gonna leach out into the water.
Okay. So
And then, I'm sorry, go ahead.
the mining, I mean, it's a saturated, like, hydrogeological cross-section essentially. So whatever may be there, you know, is existing and would actually be removing in train, you know, I guess, I wouldn't call it like phosphorus you mentioned. So it would be actually removing that in train unless it was in a dissolved state in the ground. So as part of the South Florida Water Management District and FDB permitting, we are required to monitor water quality throughout the lifetime. So this monitoring will occur in between the mine area as well as monitor estates, which will help ensure that no impacts to critical minerals.
And soil sampling, or y'all wouldn't do any type of soil sampling with it?
I believe it was exploratory sampling. As far as, you know, material, the water table is so low. So if you take a sample below the water table, it's considered groundwater sample.
And stormwater runoff, so that you're gonna have a berm as it runs off into the right of way and the swells and everything. So for instance, when you get close to Pine Cone, all that will stay on that side.
Yes.
It won't affect our infrastructure on our side.
For surface water, no.
Okay, John Whitted, first public comment.
Yes, just to make everything completely clear, I don't care anything about how many jobs you bring. I don't care anything about what you do to the road. I do not want you here. On a road that my family travels every day. We've all seen dump truck drivers. We don't want them here. We are protected by zoning laws. Right now, they're trying to change the zoning.
In your county.
Yes.
In your county.
Those zoning laws are here to protect these people here that are here because they love this lifestyle. Don't change. Those laws are here to protect us. We're the ones that built that road. We're the ones that have paid your taxes. What they're promising right now, no. Juice plant didn't do us no good. Solar field didn't do us no good. That boondoggle that they got at the end of my driveway ain't helped nothing. We do not need any of this. I don't want them here. Protect me. I bought with those zoning laws in place to protect me. Now they're asking to change them after I've been here for a lifetime. Don't do that. Protect me. That's what those zoning laws are for.
Amen.
So, thank you for your comment, and I hear what you said. I just do want to clear up one thing. I think I've heard it a couple of times online, et cetera, that there's 500 trucks coming through the area. That is not what we're anticipating. Our traffic study shows that we're anticipating 100 to 200 trucks, period. It's not 500.
Let her speak, let her speak. She was respectful to let us speak, let her speak.
So those trucks are distributed throughout the day. It's not 100 trucks leaving in the morning when you're trying to get to work and 100 trucks coming back when you're trying to get back home from the day. Those are dispersed, and that higher end number is at like the highest peak capacity of the mine. So it's not 500 trucks, but I do want to acknowledge that there are trucks on the road. So.
And I still don't care. I don't want you here. One truck, I don't want you here.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn. Thank
Have
you.
a blessed night.
You too. Next public comment, Brenda Vasquez.
That's me. This is my first meeting. First, I'll say to you, sir, up there chairing this, God bless you.
Thank you.
Second, I wouldn't want your job for $1 million. Because I'm going to tell you that there isn't anything you can tell this batch of people here who've lived here. I've been here 9 years. And we've lived here and we've seen what the trucks that are doing the 833 now do. We've seen the accidents. We've lost loved ones on that road. You cannot tell me it's going to go north completely when you tell me it's going to the East Coast when the shortest route goes down through Flag over here as well, back 833, cut across to go to over to Miami in that area. So you're taking the dirt over there. They're going to be going south on 833. All those traffic is going to be lining up on a road that is already extremely busy, lining up to hit on a road that stays busy, has multiple traffic accidents a year on Highway 80. Our water level, you just said you anticipate a decrease in the future. When he asked about jobs, you couldn't give an exact date or time frame on that. 2 to 3 years, we finally heard. When are you going to leave our water level alone for our wells so we can have water in our housing and not be dredging it up? You're going to be hitting the water line underneath. You're going to be taking water from all of us.
Water table.
And that water table cannot be depleted any more than what it already is. We already have the fire drought, the fire hazard things that go up all the time because the grounds aren't wet enough, and you're going to make them drier. You're not making sense. This project isn't going to benefit us at all. Not even in 2 to 3 years with all of the potential employment. You might hire 10 or 20. You're going to have truckers going up and down our roads. We already see other truckers, and how many of you have been behind sand trucks or rock trucks, and they take over and they own the road? We don't want that on 833. This is in our community. We use that road, and we don't want it here.
So,
I don't need a response back. You can't give me
I
one that's
think
gonna
there's been some
satisfy me.
confusion, I understand that. I think there's been a little bit of confusion on, the reducing of the water table.
No
There's no
confusion.
anticipated reduction of the water table. There's a very minimal amount of water leaving the site. There's no buckets of water, trucks of water leaving the site. So I just wanted to clarify that, but I hear your.
Honey, I hear your paid comment by your employer. It doesn't matter to us. We all live here. We know what's gonna happen to the water table.
What about the silica in the air?
Yes, Joseph McLaren?
Talking about the water table. I got a 100-foot well now. You can't even drink the water out of it. It comes out of spigot brown. What do you think it's going to do when y'all start that dredging? And I know about dredging. I come from Temple where they do a lot of dredging. And when you fill that back in, you're going to have sinkholes. So don't tell me about dredging sand or rock or anything like that. You're going to have sinkholes regardless. You can't build on top of it.
So there's no plan to fill back in?
Yeah, you're taking property away from us then if you can't build on top of it.
No, so we're reserving space.
No, you ain't reserving nothing. You take it
We're
away
reserving
from us.
space on the outside of the mining limits. We're not mining up to the property limits. We're leaving space so that something can be built there in the future. We're not
In the future,
filling back
100
in
years
the
from
lake.
now. You won't be here, I won't be here, half, all these people won't be here. Our kids will be here. And what are they gonna do?
That my great-grandchildren won't even be here.
And you, like I said, the water thing, and you can't drink water out of my property now. You have to buy a bottle of
The
water.
site will have reclamation efforts, I had shown a picture.
So,
Planting, like that's required and funding, if there's a
what
performance area.
is the people gonna benefit from it out here, even in Henry County? What is Henry County gonna benefit from it? Not a damn thing. Y'all gonna get the sand, gonna get the sand and take over on the coast, where we don't even go to the coast.
Thank you, Joseph.
We don't like the beaches over there.
Thank you, Joseph. Troy?
I got a couple questions. All right, you're gonna suck sand out, and are you gonna put anything on the side to keep the groundwater from bringing the sand from our property over into your property? Because you're saying you're only gonna go a certain amount of feet, but I've dug in many holes out here, and they always seem to just fill in. So that's gonna be a hole that's just gonna fill in with everybody's property eventually. You know, kind of like over there in Belle Glade where all the muck is going away from the property. That's from the extensive farming and the taking of the sod. When you take the sod, you're taking the dirt. You don't put the dirt back, it's gonna eventually, all the land's trying to level itself out over time. We're on sand here. We are on sand. I have another question. What insurance policy are y'all gonna have in place when y'all pollute the groundwater? So when the people out here growing up with brain cancer 100 years from now, and because it's polluted just like the acreage after you done broke all that phosphorus and all that polluted property, how do we know if that chemical wasn't sprayed on them orange groves years ago? Just like at the acreage over there in West Palm Beach. I mean, y'all got nothing. Y'all can't even answer how many jobs. You said 10 jobs. 10 jobs are gonna run this plant. How's that gonna fit anybody?
Exactly.
So you ain't giving me a job. You can't even say how much you're gonna pay.
Thank you. So you guys, I really do want to answer your questions, and if I'm just being yelled at and berated, it's really hard to capture those comments. I'm not looking to argue with you, I'm looking to provide you information and answer your questions. I do understand this is your neighborhood, this is your home, this is where you live, this is where your family is, and we do want to be good neighbors, okay? So I do want to address your concerns, and when I hear a concern, I am writing them down to make sure that I can give adequate responses. And if I don't have a response today, then I need to do a better job and have better answers when I come back, and I appreciate the concerns being brought up. So let me try to address a couple of the concerns that you have brought up. First, you had mentioned everything's just sinking and moving in. So I'm going to let our hydrogeologist speak a little bit more on that, but I will start with when mining is completed in those phases, that littoral plantings come in. So the area is re-sloped, they replant it, they re-stabilize the area. So it's not just open sandy lake beach. So that's one. Can you please
misunderstood.
let me address your concern?
You misunderstood the question.
Yeah, I heard that it's going to keep sinking downwards and in, that there's...
I'm talking about the dirt underneath. I'm not talking about the surface dirt. I'm not talking about erosion that you can plant plants on. I'm talking about underneath where you can't plant plants. I'm talking about the natural flow of the water underneath the ground, the natural groundwater flow. It's flowing and dirt is flowing, tree limbs. I see debris from trees flowing under the ground.
Thank you, Troy.
In the concern with, sloughing of the sidewalls of the excavation, I would imagine we're going to slope and excavate from the pit at a slope that is prohibits the caving of that material, or else it would.
What degree is it? What degree is the slope?
2.5 to 1. 2.5 to 1, correct? 3 to 1. 3 to 1.
Is that after the littoral plantings or before?
It's during.
3 to 1.
They can't answer.
So this moves only, is it going to have...
Yeah, that's not.
Hold on, ma'am, we
That's
have
not a
cards, please fill them out. Next card is Sonia Perez.
Now, let me tell you something. I've heard everything everybody has said here. I have heard what you said. I'm not a college student, but I do understand what you're saying. But what you don't understand is, you have not lived in this property. You have not been here as long as we have. He's dug, everybody's dug, right? Everybody's made holes. Make a little hole in this water. You try to fill it up. Septic tanks, they do a septic tank. If they don't hurry up and do it, just come right out because there's no water. And I want to tell you something. You're here to benefit you.
Yep.
We're here to benefit us. You don't want to. Nothing that you bring here is gonna benefit us. So nobody here is gonna agree with it. And if I have to go out and monitor house by house and explain to them what you're doing, I'll get signatures and I'll take it to the commissioners. I agree with him, and I agree with him with all this time and with all the questions. We don't want you. You need to go find somewhere else and ruin somebody else's places, because you're not gonna ruin Monturo. We have enough issues here to deal with than for you to come into our neighborhood and ruin it more than what we already have.
Amen.
I appreciate your comment. I personally come from a very small town in the hills of Kentucky. That's where my family is. It's a very small town, so I understand the tight-knit community that you have here. This isn't the first time I've come into a tiny community, and I appreciate that you guys do have concerns. Any sort of development is hard to see coming in, and I'm just going to reiterate that we're not building Mall of America across the street from you, and it is an agricultural operation. It's digging a lake, and I understand that nothing is going to appease you, and that no development is preferred in the area. This is what we're proposing. So
I understand, but you're not thinking about us. How about the kid? You're not thinking about the impact that you're doing to us.
Thank you, Sonia. We're gonna go to the next one. Gladys?
Hi, good evening all. Would you mind feel that you understand the community? That the reason that we are being so protective to some extent or kind of aggressive somehow is because aside from the things that we have gotten to ourselves and things that we have made happen, Henry or any other person that have come here have helped us at all. Like they already trying to resign us, they already tried to put restrictions, and the taxes go up like crazy. So everybody is in a very upset state of mind. So you are coming to that state of mind right now. The question that I have is, how can I see who have done your studies to see that those studies are, like where do we get information to say, we have done these studies are valid, these are reputable companies, we are saying, we're telling the truth.
Yeah.
And the second, so I can let you speak, is there a way that the community can actually dispute this and we can put solid arguments so it doesn't
Yes,
happen?
so to answer your question, we have to go before, all of us as residents here and landowners, we have to go to the Hendry County Board of Commissioners meeting. The problem is, every time they know we all get together, they cancel the meeting. So the problem that we have to do is find them on social media, find them at their certain other locations and get them there. Because the reason being is, publicly, they will not address us as a whole and come to our clubhouse and have a forum meeting there. Because every single one of the voters here in Monturo will show present and they wouldn't know what to say. It happened before and they shut the meeting down.
Thank you for telling me that, Mr. Santiago, but just for everybody to keep in mind, most of the people that live here are either people that came here to retire or live peaceful, and some of us are not active social media users. So we need to find a middle ground so we can all gather and then complain. Because most of the time, some of us are in the Facebook group actively talking. But you know why we're actively talking? Because the neighbor next to me doesn't use Facebook.
Yes.
So I have to gather whatever he has to say and bring it to you guys. And I understand that that's the way the things are now. I'm sorry that I'm not addressing you directly, but you know what? We have to find some other way to do it. Because they are not hearing us, because we are not using social media. But most of us don't have social, well, most of my neighbors don't have social media. And that's not a way to do democracy. Democracy needs to be done face to face.
They canceled, we had 4 meetings that we were supposed to address them as a whole regarding taxes and property. And they canceled it because of high winds when it was in a structure. Then they canceled it again due to some magical incident and then it died out, and then when we all came back again to go to the meeting was preponed and pushed to a later date. They do that every time.
We understand, but we
So
cannot.
can I address this a little bit?
Yes.
So what I'm hearing is that Montour is a very organized group. You all want to be heard, you want to have your time to get your comments in, and that meetings have been canceled in the past. I don't want to do 4 meetings. I don't. So our county staff is here. They know that you guys are an organized group and that you're going to show up to a board hearing. So I think we need to be prepared for you all to come to a board hearing.
I thank
and
you for
be heard.
understanding,
So,
but this is not the first time that we bring this concern. The reason that we're voicing this out is because they have tried, we have tried, some people here work, they have kids, they have families. The same way you don't want to go to 4 meetings, we can't afford to go to 4 meetings. Some of us can't even afford the taxes. So we need to find a way so they listen to us respectfully in the democratic way, but they need to listen to us because we are paying the taxes. But those roads, we cannot drive on those roads.
Thank you, Gladys.
The other 2 comments that you had was like, when can you show up to be heard? The LPN, the board meeting is the appropriate time to do that.
How can we find out the studies that are supporting your
Yes,
proposal?
so that was your other question, was those backup materials. So anything that we have submitted to the county has. We are getting ready to resubmit a response package to their comments. And Ryan has asked that we have a complete package. So they have a comment on groundwater. We respond with a new groundwater narrative and updated. He's asked everything you've ever submitted. He's make sure it's up to date and give me a full package. So that's going to be coming within the next couple of weeks, the most updated information that Ryan has.
And at the end of the meeting, I'm Ryan Alexander, I'm the planning director for Henry County. At the end of the meeting, I'm meeting Mr. Randall, my business card, if anybody else needs it. You give me a call, shoot me an email anytime, and I can send you my studies.
It would be awesome, since I have your ear, it would be awesome that since you're here for this, we can have you here for every month.
Gladys, thank you. We're gonna move over to Chris. Christopher.
My concern was the roads, same thing with the roads, and you guys mentioned something about the water table and that you guys would be doing everything under ag law, right? One under agricultural, you guys, for the water tables, right? Well, they were the same ones responsible for tilapia farms here in Montura, and I want everybody to just make sure you guys remember that. Agricultural, they write those permits for tilapia farms to be here in Montura, and now you're saying that they're gonna be the ones with the water permitting too, part of that. They haven't come through from Montura before with other permitting either. As to where, you know, the neighbors, I was just here last month, had the pipes running through the fencing, and nobody from agricultural even found out. Nobody from Central County even found out. So, on top of all the bad roads that we have, you guys want to put another 200 to 200 trucks on our roads? Yeah. That's why everybody's here. There's enough messed up roads inside of Montura, and there's enough stuff going on. How are you? You guys still haven't answered one of us. How are you guys helping us?
So,
what are you doing?
Yeah, so what are we doing for the community? So it's not widely received formally here, but I'm going to repeat it again. It's not just 10 jobs. It is 10 jobs for the mine operations alone. So there's anticipated to be dozens of jobs in that commercial lease area. So that's going to further support the community. And then the truck driving opportunities as well. So it's not 10 jobs. I know that the mine operations take about 10 jobs.
Let her speak, please.
And then I've heard the concern for road conditions. We are financially committing to improving County Road 833 and reserving space on our plan for that road widening along County Road 833 and along Pinecone Avenue, because that's the property that we have control over. So the benefits are wider roads and a financial commitment to do that, and then not 10 jobs, but dozens of jobs. So I know it's not widely received, but that's
Part of my comment was for coming here was, besides this, was the roads. As a citizen of Montura, of the problems that I have inside of Montura with the roads. On top of the problems that I'm coming here to try to resolve here with the board, now it's an extra 100 to 200 trucks on the road. You can see how some of the people here wouldn't be too happy.
Yeah, understandable. I appreciate your comment.
Amanda, out of respect for your team and anyone else, if they'll like to speak, because the comments are continuing and they're all negative comments, they're all opposed comments. If your team would like, or you would like, I can continue down, or we can move forward with it. But as you can see, the community is in non-agreement to it. We still do have to get on with our regular, board meeting. So I just want to,
I agree, yeah, like how can we facilitate it more? I think I've heard a lot of comments that the audience is not supportive of the project. If there's anything else that's not clarified, I would like to address those comments.
If I could, and by the way, my name is Richard, I'm here with Amanda today. So look, we understand, we've heard a lot of your comments, and I understand there's a lot of people that are opposed to it, haven't heard anybody say anything different, but, and thank you for telling us that. A lot of what we're trying to do is if you have questions, answer those questions, right? And board, I understand you have other things you have to do, so to the extent we can specifically answer questions, clarify things, something that we haven't before, that's something that we're trying our best to do. So,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, it's up to you.
Okay, so we're gonna continue.
Yes, please.
Okay. So the next person, I can't read your name, the address, I'm gonna just say the last, I can't even read the last four. Let me see if someone else can read it.
Kennedy Gate. Like I said,
Okay, you guys,
It's okay.
you guys say there are gonna be plenty of jobs. Let's say 100 jobs. How many of those jobs will be from our benefit, from people here, and how many are you gonna bring people in? Because we're not trained for this kind of work. Okay, so you're not gonna get somebody that's cutting sugar cane to run one of your, trucks or anything. So,
You want, yeah, I can answer that.
Here we go,
I can
Fidel
answer.
can answer.
We
Fidel, can you
are
introduce
trying-
who you are?
Yeah, I'm Fidel Delgado. I work for the area manager in Wisconsin. Your question is really good question. We are trying to bring people from this area, actually Montura. We are actually hiring people from Montura already. We are not trying to keep people from other places because that's not fair for you place, for Montura, and it's not fair for us either. Training people, we got people from zero experience, no experience at all. Everybody that goes into the mine has zero experience. We hire those people, we train those people, and they are capable to do a good job. I've been 20 years in the Ochona San mine. I can tell you, everybody there has been zero experience from the beginning. And we got people already, we are hiring people already from Montura Ranch.
my other question is as far as the water. We use that in drinking now.
Nope.
You guys bring the sand, the water is gonna run right into it again. We're gonna lose our level. What can you do to,
I think we need a little bit more
Yeah.
information on water.
Let me try to.
Any way you can give us information?
Sure, let me try to be as clear as I can on the water, and then maybe one of the engineers can speak on that if I say it incorrectly. But here's how this works, right? So, it's wet mining, right? It doesn't reduce the water table because we're not taking any water out, all right?
No, but you're taking the sand.
Correct.
And
Correct.
the water would drain from another place.
Well, except that there is, when you do the wet mining, and happy to have the hydrogeologist help here, but they're not taking any water out, all right? And there's no water that, well, the only water that's lost from the mine is, my understanding, is evaporation. And so the actual water that's used or taken out is because of evaporation, all right? It's also far less than what the current citrus operations use. The other thing that we're required to do as part of our permitting with the state of Florida and the Water Management District is to install water monitoring wells that will be proximate around the area to monitor the water table levels, not just within the mine, but outside the mine. Areas outside, right? And those wells, we have to make sure that we maintain the water levels there so that we don't affect your wells, so that you don't wind up having your wells go dry. We also have to monitor not only for water levels, but for water quality. So the gentleman in the back here asked about pollution. We have to monitor for that as well. And we have to stay within all the acceptable standards so that we cannot pollute your water, we cannot pollute our water, and we can't reduce your water level.
Where are you going, let's say the level drops on the outside of the water. Where are you going to get the water to replace it?
So, or you want to answer that?
So the water level monitoring is preventative. So they actively monitor, we have to do a certain frequency. So before that lowering, if it were to occur, which we do not anticipate occurring because of the rapid recirculation of water that's removed in the process, comes right back in. So you're actively recharging while you're withdrawing
You see their
the water in the
around
same.
where the water's
So
gonna
there's
come in after they take
no
the dirt.
anticipate you watering
Take
for
the
purposes
dirt
of
out,
monitoring.
something's gonna have to
catch
take
that
the place
before
of the
that
dirt.
drawdown,
It's the water.
if it were to occur.
They're beating around the question, man.
Before it would hit your wells.
I can't figure it out because he's gonna take the sand out, that will bring the level of the water into your void.
So I
And then
think-
once you get that void, the water's gonna drain from other places and come in. So your level's gonna be perfect all the time because the water's coming in from other directions.
So I think the water level discussion is not translating well. So what I'm hearing is that I need to come back with a better diagram or better explanation because it's not translating well in words. So I'm gonna make a note to have whatever water level diagram.
I think we're gonna roll with our well water, man. We're gonna bring up with,
So thank you, I do want to address that and then to come back with a better way to communicate that.
Can we be notified when
Yeah, we gotta go.
you're gonna go to Henry County so that we can?
Yeah, I'll have to write it all down and take my fishing in there so I can dig holes in it and show them what I'm talking about.
Property owners within a.
Oh, I know, I'm gonna blast
Will
them.
be notified of the board. So you will receive a notification in the mail of around our project timeframe.
So your barn, so your barn, what's the lowest water level to be before it becomes inoperable? So, and then what are you gonna do if the water table does get lower than the barge could operate? Are y'all gonna have any wells to replenish your water to get up for operation to keep going? You know, what ends up happening is that if you go 150 feet down, everything else surrounding wants to go to the lowest point. And then, so it's,
Yeah, so we actually have all of this in a narrative format, and I think verbally communicating is not translating. So I think I need to come back with a better diagram and description of it, because I'm hearing the question over and over, and it's not conveyed well. So I need to come back with better information to better explain it to the water level question.
and to the manager of the artillery, manager here, what on average do you see for your team's salary? What are we looking at?
And I can ask you, openly discuss that.
How about a range? How about a
I
football?
can tell you will be more than double than the minimum. That's,
So the minimum is roughly 15, yeah.
I cannot tell you exactly.
No, but I'm saying, I would hate for the committee to say, oh, they're gonna bring jobs and it's $8 an hour.
It will be more than double of the minimum.
So it'd be more than respectable if it came in. Okay, thank you, sir.
the next person, Jonah Whitten.
No, he's already went. That's already done.
Pedro Garcia.
Yeah, hi. My name is Pedro Garcia. I'm one of the newest resident of Ventura. Been here for about 2 years. And I happen to be a resident of the Kendall area. I lost 2 houses before mine in court. And one of my relatives lost another one. Or sinkhole, or explosion, even though you guys say it may be a good explosion, but all the time, something would have happened. So, what I would say is, when I move here, I move in because I saw the sun. And I like it. I saw everything I got there. Come over here, be in peace, get retired from Marine Corps, and now you guys want to resource for your own interest. But in the balance, our benefits are here, and you guys are going to be here. I don't see any benefit whatsoever, even for the kids, for the residents of Ventura, who have this amount of trucks going all over the places, dark and everything. In reality, we should say no to it. Right? That's what I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I am Shadow. So, could you clarify that start area, does that mean through 2045, we'll be only digging in that area?
Yeah, so I'm gonna walk over here to see a little bit more description. So they're actually going to be mining in the first and third block. So they're actually gonna start in this area here, and then they just move block by block is how the mining occurs, and they expect to be finished in this general area in about 20 years. This will take about another 20 years to get through this area as well before we get over here.
So while she's at that block, can you explain to the community, so for instance, let's say for instance, the commissioners, boom, approved it, does it take another 6 months to happen, another year, and then another 2 years of prepping, and then boom, they start
Yeah, I
mining?
think I heard from Ariana that's about 2 years.
Understood. So you're saying that through 2005, the DOT confined to that area, or you still have the ability to extend outside the area and
Yeah.
as
So we don't mine sand faster than it's needed. They are definitely experts in sand mining, they're only mining what's needed, what they can store, they're not looking to pull a bunch out, have sand sitting on them. But I do want to clarify, so we're going to be mining in this area here, we're going to start here and then move easterly in the startup area. But they will also have the tailings and storage area, the loading occurs over here and then the commercial area happens here. So that's the activity that you're going to see starting to come together.
Okay, one more quick question. Can you share the slide deck with us?
Yeah, you're more than welcome to take a photo as well if there's anything specific.
Like that slide developed in the back, but also when you post it somewhere, or share it before we post it.
Okay, so all of my communication, I have to meet all the requirements of Henry County, so all of my communication goes through.
How is it supposed to share?
So I'll get to the board and I'll get the information you guys are asking for, I'll make sure it gets to the board, sign it, and then send it to me, and I can send it back.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna make a note of that really quick.
Should I go to our big report? Yes, sir. Okay.
I want one too.
Thank you.
Is that all of your questions?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next one is Colette Martinez.
Hi, good evening, thank you for coming. My first question, I know you said an average of 100 trucks per day on that road. Do you know what 100 trucks per day do to that type of road? 100. Okay, so let's just say the minimum of 100. What damage does it take? And how often do you commit in writing guarantee that you will be resurfacing if you were to permit?
Okay, so I'll take a stab at that. If I need you, I'll call you up. The 100 trucks are distributed throughout the day. Yeah, the new road does have capacity. Each road has a capacity of how many trucks can fit on the road, easily, et cetera. So it is within the capacity. And then in regards to how much are we financially, that is still being worked out. We have proposed enough to initially repave and resurface the road, and I think up to additional resurfacing before reevaluating it. Again, the mine will be paying a proportionate share.
And then is there a guarantee, like this competitive guarantee that they will not, the trucks will not travel south on 833 or travel on Pine Street?
So currently our TIS, that is address which way traffic flows. She is genuinely an expert in traffic. I am not an expert in traffic. And just really highways are, like, I know somebody had mentioned like Westford is actually roads are made for trucking, there's certain roads made for trucking. In the most feasible path, 90% of our traffic is anticipated. So not all of our traffic, but about 90% of our traffic is anticipated to head north on that area that we do have control over, like in that area.
And then my last one, and this is only because I was down in Dane County in Hialeah area behind Palmetto Hospital when they had used a rock, they used it as rock bed for a while, then they filled it, but while they were still mining, we had a 70-something acre where we had horses, and we had multiple shallow wells and then several deep wells. We had multiple fails on our wells because of they were pulling out so much rock. Our water was then ripping over that way. And I think that's what he's trying to ask again. And I know that they've asked you again about the water, and I'm asking you again.
Yeah, so maybe I can explain a little bit different. So rock mining is different than sand mining. I mean, when you fill a glass, a jar with a bunch of rocks, you're not going to fit that much water in. If you fill a glass with sand, you're going to fill a lot of water. So water moves freely through sand, so where it doesn't move as freely through rock. So rock mining is a different operation. I actually did a bit of research many years ago on the East Coast for their mining research.
But sand still does, even when you take out that sand, it does produce that void that then is gonna, it's gonna introduce or allow that any of our water. And I know we dug our well pretty deep, but I know I've heard from the major well guys that they have, there's some people that only have 80-foot wells. 80 foot, yeah. I mean, we're double that. I mean, for the people that are actually 80 foot, yeah. And some of the older wells are very shallow. You know,
So again, I appreciate your question. I think I need to come back with a better diagram and visual way to explain how this water takes.
Will you commit to like people like them to have a 80-feet well? Once the well goes dry, you will dig it deeper so they can still get their water?
So I'm not gonna commit to doing any personal property improvements. If so, like I got a long list at my own house. So I respect your question, but I am not able to promise that we're doing any personal improvements or personal property. We will have monitoring wells for water quality.
Yeah, but if it does happen, it will be due to you, to their disadvantage. And it's not fair to them to get an expense of digging their well 150 feet because you took their water.
So again, I gotta have a better diagram, but water fluctuates. So I used to be on well water and just came off of well water recently. So I understand well problems, not entirely as much as I should, but the water table fluctuates. Sometimes my well wasn't working on the range more, it did work. So there is a natural fluctuation.
See, I used to live where she lived, right behind Palmetto Hospital, Hialeah, right by the Palmetto Home. And we're having the same thing. And then, basically, you say it's rock, it's sand. If you take a fish tank, and you put a cup full of sand, and you dig out water, and if you open holes on the side, the water's gonna go to maintain its level. That's what we're afraid of.
Yeah, so I just need to have a better visual diagram. I've definitely notated it that we need to be able to better explain this visually, because it's not straight.
But I don't want Henry County to come back and say, oh, now you need county water, so you're gonna get an extra bill.
Yeah, and then become incorporated, absolutely. That's the plan, that's probably the plan.
Any more comments that we need to?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I apologize, but have you done a study or do you know what 100, a minimum of 100 trucks per day on whatever that is?
Can I ask you to maybe address some traffic questions?
I apologize.
No, that's okay, if you don't feel like it was.
Sorry, I interrupted.
Genuine questions. She's concerned about what does truck traffic do, 100 trucks a day do?
We drive down to Okeechobee occasionally on 27. That is a death trap because there's big trucks, not only being sandblasted, but their truck is behind them. You know,
I mean,
I can't stand them hitting on my truck.
Trucks, they are heavier, they're higher on the e-cells. As Amanda mentioned, they are making commitments to help mill and resurface the roadway and bring it up to higher standards. We do thicker sections of asphalt unit to really help reinforce it and they come in and do mill and resurface it. But as with any road over time, there is that natural wear and tear. So that's something that they're also looking at for the longer term horizon, setting aside that extra size where they will widen then throughout that area. Again, you can go a little bit deeper, get that thicker asphalt there to help kind of reinforce it. So when you have that heavier truck traffic roadways, generally that's a more common practice.
and then just to back that up, it's not like we're coming in, renewing, resurfacing, we're done. Like, it's a commitment to continue to support the maintenance of our infrastructure. So it's not just a once in a while, we're tapping out. Ghana wants to have safe conditions for their truck drivers to get going, like they can't sell sand if they can't go.
One thing I want to ask you, be sure, you don't want to use no explosive on there at all?
Sorry?
Explosive.
No, there's no plastic.
I heard some residents, they wouldn't want to be using dynamite or explosive.
Yeah, I heard somebody mention that. I think it was like in relation to a different area they had lived in. But this sand mining operation is not using any blasting explosives. It's mostly the water.
Okay, let's continue. Martinez. Martinez. Okay. We have Natasha. Natasha. Go ahead.
Okay, I live on Pine Cone. That's where I live, and I have kids. But that's not it. You showed a slide of a lake. You're telling us that our land taxes ain't going up. How much do we pay for them people to come around Missouri and spray? How much? $30 per lot. $30 per lot. Can you give that to us?
So I want to understand your question. So I hear that somebody's coming and spraying $30 per
Like
lot.
on our land taxes. We get that on our land taxes. For mosquitoes.
For mosquitoes.
Okay, mosquitoes, when you get that lake, I'm gonna have a lot more mosquitoes than what I have now. How are you gonna prevent that? Or the company, not you, 'cause, you know, I know you're a worker. Okay, the company, how's the company gonna prevent that? So our land taxes, or my land taxes, don't go up? Because I'm a single mom.
Me too.
So it's hard.
So I think the answer to your question is that Yana, the owner of the mine, will have to pay their taxes for the spraying that needs to be done there. They have to pay their share. You don't have to pay their taxes for their property to do the spraying. They have to pay that.
Okay, but when are you gonna do that? When are you gonna do that lake?
I'm sorry?
The lake, you showed the slide of the lake.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when is that lake gonna be done? When you're done mining?
No, that lake is done as mining is going on.
Right. Okay, and then when you leave, are you gonna cover that lake?
No.
No, right? Okay, so when you leave that and you leave that lake there, are you still gonna pay?
So
No,
there will be
because
a
you're
property
leaving.
owner who's still paying taxes
Yeah.
all the time.
Okay, no, you don't understand what she does. Yeah, I don't think so either.
So, so I understand your question, and that's a Hendry County question, because they're gonna increase the taxes and they're gonna pay their land value taxes for the mosquitoes. But I understand what you're saying. Once they leave, the mosquito larvae, if the water is not treated for that, it is going to spread and follow this way. Yeah, so that's a Hendry County question that we have to, as a whole, address it with Hendry County. But yes, as them being a new customer, there will be a lot of water. So the question I think you're trying to ask is, are they going to treat their water or do something to prevent or help control the mosquitoes? That's basically what you're asking.
That, and how's the safety for the kids
Yeah,
on
so-
that road?
Yeah, so let's talk about safety. So there is going to be a berm. It was really hard. I feel like I didn't translate it as well. Like you saw the picture of the
Yeah,
berm.
but I don't mean the burn, I mean the trucks.
Oh, truck
If
safety.
there's even like one, I live on Pine Cone. The trucks go up and down, the semis, US Sugar go up and down that road. On top of that though, you're gonna add your trucks, even if it's 1 or 2 or 5, let's say 5 trucks a day. Gonna go up and down Pine Cone Ave. I have a 13-year-old daughter that exercises on that road. How, you can't keep that whole, safe, you can't do it. How are you gonna?
Yeah. So I mean, speed control is something that we all have to adhere to.
Right.
But we are reserving additional setback space for the widening of Pine Cone. More space along Pine Cone to create
And just to make clear too, we're also not having an access onto Pine Cone from the mine. There won't be an access from the mining area, from the pit, onto Pine Cone. That's only on 833. I understand your question is, okay, what happens if they turn off 833 down Pine Cone?
Right, or even on Pine Cone, a truck gets lost, they don't know where they're going. They're gonna go down that road. I mean, there's all types of scenarios that we could all talk about and come up with. Like how are, you know what I mean, how are you gonna keep that, like how can you prevent that?
So I'm not preventing all traffic from going south. I'm not promising that no traffic is heading south. I'm saying the majority of traffic, 90% of the traffic generated from the site is anticipated to go north. So what I'm hearing is that your concern is the safety along the road. So I think not having access is a great way to control safety around there, that you're not having trucks pull out along that area, creating a potential unsafe condition. And then I think you could also ask, where is that extra space coming from along Pine Cone? It is So I've actually, the blue outline is the project boundary. And so it's within, it's north of the blue line. Yeah, no problem, right here. Yep. So, sorry, over here. So this is County Road 833, and this is Pine Cone here. So these purple parcels are the currently developed parcels along Pine Cone, and we are saying that north of Pine Cone, I'm being exaggerating for visual purposes, but north of Pine Cone is where that space is being preserved and those extra setbacks are. So that when we're finished, that there's a mine pit here, this is where the lake is occurring. There's road space for the widening of Pine Cone. There's a berm here.
But are you gonna do all the way Pine Cone?
Right here. I can't control somebody else's property. You're not gonna give me your property to build a berm, so I have control over my property.
Right, on that side. But from the trucks, they say, like you said, 10% of the trucks that are gonna go up and down that road. Are you gonna widen that road as well, like you're doing 833?
This portion, there's space things right there.
But are you gonna do it all the way?
I can only do it for what property I can control. That's all I can offer is the property that I control.
In other words, you're gonna do the 2 blocks there that they're gonna use. From point A to point B of their property.
Okay, next.
Oh, you said that we're gonna get the paper, right? I'll get the paper.
You live within 1,000
I
feet
live
of the
on Pine
property?
Cone.
Yeah, so when the board meeting comes up, you should receive a letter in the mail letting you know of the day and the time of that. Thank you.
Next person, Yael Ruiz. And Ryan Wong.
Does your corporation mine in Georgia and Eastern Kentucky?
I do believe they might in Georgia, but I'm not
No,
sure.
South Georgia, Savannah.
Okay. Because I know up there, like along with the coal mining, all the sand mine operation, they do pollute quite a bit. And they never clean it up. Right? Like big mining operations come in and be like, hey, we promise you this, the community's gonna.
So that's a great point. So I'm going to reiterate again, like I'm from a small town in Kentucky. It's a free for all. People can do whatever they choose to do. So as a part of this zoning action, we have to meet a lot of the criteria. So these things that we're concerned about, road quality, pollution, the water levels, all of those things go into a list of conditions. Like it's in writing and we have to promise what we're doing and the criteria that we're meeting. So it's not the Wild Wild West, it's not the hills of Eastern Kentucky, favorite place to be. But we do have to meet certain standards.
And the second question is, you're only going to widen the road to the title line. Because that's as far as your property goes.
That's as far as the property line.
So you just widen it to there, and then it's going to be.
That's what we're reserving the space for, yes.
Okay.
That was it.
Thank you.
Next person, John Robinson.
My question is from, so you're gonna be putting test wells around the area and measure water level rainfall. Is there a certain drop or rise that you expect from this operation?
No, we expect no drops because the recirculation of the water will essentially, once the sand slurry is removed, water in it, there's a recirculation that comes right in for water. So those test wells, we have to monitor them for water levels and water quality per the FEP requirements as well as the South Dakota Water Management.
Okay, as far as the water quality goes, due to past operations, mining operations in the area, has there been any negative impact on the water quality? And if so, what was that negative?
For other mines in the area?
Well, based on the history of that, had any changes in water quality?
Are you familiar with that?
The water quality is really not bad. We monitor the quality of the water, even on the wells. We monitor the water quality even on the wells. They don't affect.
Yeah, no, so monitoring is done on a regular basis. So these
contaminants being introduced into the groundwater. All right, is there something that could arise to change the mining operations instead of wet dredging going to a different method of extracting the sand?
That's a great question. So Yellow does not mine rock. They're not equipped to mine rock. They mine sand.
I mean, the only way that we would mine the sand would be wet dredging or drag dredging.
So they don't use a drag line either. It is wet dredging only.
No reason to change that.
I do not see the reason why they would change that. This is the operation that works for them. This is the area that they specialize in. It is wet dredging and sand mining.
So, fracking would be out of the question.
They are
Fracking
not
is for totally
prepared
different
to do
model.
that.
That's what that is.
I mean, and we are committing to no blasting and no rock crushing. We are committing to that.
So, in other mining operations around here, there's been no contaminants introduced into the water table due to the mining.
So, we
I
can,
mean, based on your water well testing.
sure. And we can answer for Yama, right? I can't answer for another mine company. I'm not aware of any for a mine company. I mean, the Alphas are standing here, they're saying no, and their operations are, there's not been any contaminant issues in their operation.
And again, it's like reporting back to DEP in the water district. It's not like we're just putting a well in there and saying, yep, there's water, yep, there's contaminants or not. Like, it's being reported back. So if something is out of order, there's repercussions for it. It has to be adjusted and operations change. But what I'm hearing is that's not been a concern. I understand it's a concern for the public, but the reality is that water levels are not dropping. So it's not a new eruption.
The other man, I don't know if he's still here, but she said this well was 100 foot. I can't drink well water.
None of us can. It's just kind of.
Amanda?
Thank you very much for the explanation. I have a couple more questions. Besides this location, have Johnson Engineering looked in other locations, and why this location?
Has Johnson Engineering looked at
Yes.
other locations for mining? No, I don't produce mines, Yana does. So miners go out and do soil samples looking for appropriate locations for mining.
So the Johnson Engineering doesn't look for the site, somebody else
Not
does?
out looking sites for
The other question I have for you is, when is your next meeting that you can send this to Henry County?
Yeah, so we are currently still in the review process. I have to respond to comments. I anticipate doing that in the next 3 weeks. They will have to find the application sufficient. Then it's gonna go to the planning board, and at the board of county commissioners is when the mail notice goes out. And we're hoping to get to that process by the end of the year.
That's gonna be a public presentation or?
So the Board of County Commissioners is similar-ish format to this, where the public can come and speak. It is limited to 3 minutes. They do have rules like you can't be clapping and those types of things. Like, it is a much more important, like I hear what the public is saying. It's not wanted. Development does occur, but when I can hear what the concerns are, water tables and traffic, and things like that, we can make adjustments and we can come up with a plan that is compatible with the community. So I appreciated those who listened to the presentation and took notes and had questions. Like, it's easier to address it when you have something.
Will you promise to us that you're gonna keep us informed when that meeting is gonna take place so we can show up?
I am going to have Ryan mail notifications within 1,000 feet of the project. That's what's required.
Why already put a problem?
I have no doubt that word will spread. I'm anticipating all of these things.
But you understand my question, I wanna make sure that Johnson Engineering send an email as soon as you know from Brian or Henry County Commissioner, the day of that meeting, because myself as a landowner, I wanna be there too.
I understand, so, go ahead, Ray.
I'll communicate with the board prior to the meeting.
Okay. And another question, I'm sorry, Brian, do we have any
Yeah,
other members?
We'll make sure if his office gets in contact with our office, we'll make sure that every single community member here is aware of that meeting.
Thank you.
Hey, Commander, Brian, do we have any other members, Henry County on the board?
There's a couple of us here that.
Who are they?
We have Shane Parker, our county engineer, Tommy Barnes, in special districts, and Marlene Lorenz works with Miles, and she's my.
We should probably introduce on the beginning, thank you. Thank you, man.
There's no more public comment at this time. Do you have a comment?
I have a question.
Okay.
Who's going to rig those trucks, the 100 trucks, 200 trucks, they're gonna be coming in and out? Who are going to rig those trucks, so they're gonna be in good condition?
You're asking about the truck's condition?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Who is regulating the trucks for their?
Yeah, who's making sure those trucks are gonna be in good safety condition?
So the loading and hauling happens on the east side, the west side of County Road 833.
No, what I'm saying is, those roads are gonna be in good shape. I mean,
Yeah, so,
I don't, you know.
I mean, the best answer I give you is that the DOT, to the extent they regulate that kind of thing, that's how it's regulated, and there's no way in zoning action to regulate the condition of a truck that may be coming to get a load.
Okay.
We have one more.
Would it be promising, is this gonna actually change our zoning when y'all do this project? It's gonna change the zoning for our taxes to go up? Or to also make it where, like everybody else was saying, the water? If the water pressure is down and there's no more water, is Henry County gonna make it where we're gonna have to be paying the water bill? Because I know it has done changed other people, even in parts of LaBelle, where they have water wells, but now they have to actually pay a fee, you know, like water bill. We don't want to contribute to that. We want to keep where our wells is still maintained properly and we're able to get that groundwater. Some people love the salt water. We have to put salt in our water to make sure that our body is taken care of. So is that promising to y'all that we're not going to be able to be paying all these bills, extra bills? You know, this is what y'all want to do, not what we want to do. Why should we have to pay extra taxes? You know, it's going to be tripling on our taxes because it's zoned and the water.
Okay.
All right, so let me handle that. So, all right, so as far as your taxes are concerned, the rezoning doesn't affect your property at all. Rezoning only is pertinent to the property that you see outlined in blue.
Yeah, you guys are saying that, but it's a whole in Montura. So when it's rezoning, it's gonna actually bring those other people's taxes up as well.
No, because it's not, the rezoning doesn't affect Montura in the sense that it does not rezone any property within Montura and therefore will not affect Montura's taxes. Now, will it affect the tax bill for the property that Yana owns? Yes, it will. Will it affect your tax bill? No, not in that way. As far as you asked a question about, you know, water wells, and we talked about that at length, and I hate to re-hammer on that. You asked a question about hooking up to county water and requiring you to do that. Mr. Parker is here. I don't know if he can comment. I'm not sure that there's even any way that could happen because I don't know if there's water available.
Shane Parker, county engineer.
Hablando
Henry
bien.
County does not own any
Exactamente,
facilities around here. The only water Henry County owns is
Empezando que está en el civil y está en
LaBelle, and we have a system at Airways Airport, and that's it. The reference to about the city of LaBelle, that's where the city of LaBelle, they're redoing the lines in town, that's the city. And they have some water plants. Henry County has no water plants over here, or wastewater plants, and we have no immediate attention to constructing a water wastewater facility to extend potable water lines. They got a big one.
Yeah, but if our water
I
quality.
couldn't hear anything, I'm sorry, sorry.
Gonna have to buy it.
So, for those that couldn't hear, what Mr. Parker said is that
Yes.
Hendry County doesn't have any water lines or water treatment plants
I don't know if that's good.
in the area here that, so you couldn't be forced to hook up to them because they're not here.
But what we say, could it affect that? Could it, by you guys doing this project, would it affect that where we have to? Or they will have to make those lines come through, where we're gonna start having to pay those water bills?
The answer is no. As we've said before, the water quality, and we have to monitor the water quality, we have to monitor the water level, and based on historical efforts at other mines, we can confidently say that no, that's not going to happen.
So if our well dry, then we're up the creek. No water plant, no well water, what happens then?
Well, there's no more public comment. She was the last one, so if that's everything that you guys presented today or brought before us, unless anybody, a member of the board, would like to speak, there's nothing else regarding the landmine that will be said. I think they stressed it enough, and I think they heard our concern regarding the operation, that the community of Montura is a negative for it. But just keep this in mind, that we don't have the final vote. We don't, Hendry County does, so we have to take this exact same energy and fight to them. Their engineers here, who's also part of our grant, and their coordinators as well are here, and South Florida Water Management, am I correct? Are you part of South Florida? You?
No, I'm with Henry County.
Okay, also another member of Hendry County. All of the citizens here, you know where Hendry County sits when it comes to Montura. We have to take this to them. This fight is for us to take to them. They heard our complaints today, but now it's time when it comes to voting to take it up to all of our county commissioners for our negative no vote, that we don't want it here, so that they don't get it approved, so the project is a no and they can move forward with it going somewhere else. I think that's a clear picture from where we stand. So let's see how this goes, see if they communicated with us, and see how the county votes on that. But as so far for the landmine, I think you guys got a clear picture of where the community sits. Thank you guys.
Thank you for your time.
You too.
We have another meeting that's going to come on. I'd really like for everybody from Montura State.
Please indicate my computer. Sorry.
Yeah, because we're going to have our Central County meeting now. We kind of came in and we're supposed to
I think they're doing their regular board meeting now.
Amanda, what do you need help with?
I just need to unplug that.
Be careful behind you, don't flip over.
stay more informed of what's going on because
starting like 4:45 in the morning, my camera picks up flying by. Every day.
Okay, yes.
About 4:45.
Okay, for everybody being here, we're gonna open straight into our regular Central County Water Control District meeting. So if you have any public comments for Central County Water Control District, please fill it out, so that we can go over them as well. Chris, I know that you had one pertaining to the road. But if anybody has any other questions regarding, not regarding anything to do with the mine, but to having to do with Central County Water Control District, please fill out a public card and we will go over that. Yes, they should be in the
volunteer work. This is for the community. And now there's 100 people here either. Come on.
We're gonna get started with our regular meeting, August 28th. 28th at 8:35 p.m. I open this regular meeting. Can we have a motion? Motion by Mata. Anyone second? Second by Roberto. As we move into our regular meeting, I need an approval for additions and substitutions of the agenda. Can I get a motion? Motion by Santana. Can I get a second? Second by Chris. We already went over our regular budget meeting. Do we need to approve that? Because I think we already did that.
You need to vote on the final.
We need to vote on the final?
Yes, for the resolution.
Okay.
And it's on here.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Do you want to go over it, or you just want us to? Okay. Thank you, John. Can I have a motion to approve the regular budget meeting minutes? Motion by Santana. Do I have a second? Second by Chris. Now we're going to go into public comments for Central County Water Control District. First one we have is 151. I can't even read that. George, come up here, George, to the podium.
Three things I write them. The road, on my road is too bad. It's been driving. You know, I see the leak. Everybody wanna run over there. Every day, like 10 or 20 people right there to look at the lake, and then you can drive.
This is, you're making reference, sorry, George, 151 Pine Lake, the one going to Pine Lake, so that would be Corral. Is it Corral? That way?
Corral, yeah. Yeah. Too bad. And the other question is about the tax. This year, it was raised like $1,000 over. Here, friend might say, you know, why do we tax
So in reference to that, that's a good question. So everybody probably's already sent their trim notices for the fiscal year, right, the taxes. If you look at it, if you break it down, Monterey, Central County, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we stayed the same. The millage rate, I believe, maybe went down a little bit, maybe, or still at 7.1.
Yeah, we still pay the right tax, then we don't have.
Yeah. So hold on. It's
supposed to go to
0.95. Right. So if adopted, the millage rate will go down. So here's the problem with everybody. From 2021 to now, our taxes have gone up because the property appraiser has now appraised our houses, our lands at a much higher rate. So if you don't agree with what you're paying in taxes, you can go before a property appraiser board or some type of board and have it discussed with them. Hey, I don't agree with this, or how did you come up with this? But George, that is what is happening right now. So if they continue to assess us at a higher value, regardless of the millage, unless the millage keeps going down, it's going to continue to be unbearable.
But the other thing I have is that the lake, too many vegetables, no plants on the lake.
Too many plants. Vegetation? Too much vegetation or not enough? Too much?
Too much. Yeah. Well, we get that straight. He should be coming, the aquatic. Yeah. He'll be out there this,
One of the issues that happens with Pine Lake is that there's actually a class border there, so you can control it, and the boards has been out, so Pine Lake is actually draining out every day, and it's not supposed to. So that's something that needs to be addressed too, is to keep them lake levels high, because right now, we're having kind of a dry season, and once we fall into the dry season, we're gonna have a pretty aggressive one. So right now, it's be wise to maintain it. Yeah, and that'll help with a lot of the vegetation that's going on there. You're gonna end up with a lot of cattails and stuff growing up, and it needs a higher water level. So that needs something I was gonna address today, but you kind of already
people, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, George, can you, his two concerns about the road?
Yeah, the vegetation,
Yes, Mick Rodriguez?
I didn't fill out a paper, but I'm Michael Atkinson. I was elected last Tuesday to represent Montura on the county commission. I have a commitment to the residents of Montura for your best interest. I know you've been lacking representation for a long time. So I'm here. I won't get sworn in until November, but I will be at the meetings, and you know, I can give you my number. You can call me. We can talk about it. You know, I'm here to make Kendrick County better.
Thank you.
So, and that's for everybody. Y'all have to do your part so we can do our part, but we have to be involved for you to be able to do your part. I'm committed to looking at taxes and making sure we're doing the most with our money. A new tax isn't the answer. So I'm here for the next 4 years to serve you, and you know, I'll be around. So I just wanted to address, I won't be in, you know, till November. Yes. But I will be involved. I'll be talking with the county engineer. Sure. Making sure I'm voicing my opinion. Sure. On this and mine. Sure. Because our roads are already horrible. You know. Yes. So we don't have the money. Yeah. And if they would have come down 833 coming from LaBelle, they've seen 3 miles that is some of the worst in the county. So, you know, that's a big part of safety. We got bad roads, that puts strain on fire, EMS, everything else. So our sheriff, you know, they have to travel. And every time you hit a pothole, you can jerk right off the road. So, like I said, I'm committed to Montura. Thank you. And all of District 5 has been neglected for a long time. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Garcia? Pedro Garcia?
Good evening. My name is Pedro Garcia. I'm from 825 South Carolina. My question is, I've been here almost 2 years, and I've been getting information on what's going on with the mailboxes. I don't see if you get any accurate answer from anybody, from Rebecca, or so I just wanted to know who may be able to help some type of
Yeah, it was a pass the puck kind of thing for 4 years, because I used to work it personally. And it got to the point where it was brought before the board. Our legal attorney told us we don't have no legal jurisdiction to upgrade it or purchase with the tax money of Montura to build a new facility, that we have to take it up to the state. So we did give it to one of our congressmen in the state and in Congress to try to address the issue. I don't know what verdict was heard or what verdict was made pertaining to mailboxes, but the mailbox has always been, for Montura, left in the clouds, and no one wants to take responsibility.
You see, this is the, now I'm getting different versions. You're telling me that it have been taken to the state. I've been told by the representative of the intercounty that it's to Washington.
Yeah.
So is it national or is it state?
No, it is national. Yeah, it is national now. And
To my understanding, it should be federal, so the post office is involved.
Yeah.
But then again, I've been also told that I have to take that question to the post office, which I did, and they don't want to know anything about it. So, well, where we at? Because right now I'm paying. I'm in no information, I have to go to you to get my mail.
Yes, sir. So if you don't mind, I will share with you. So I met with a representative from Tommy Griffin. He is the representative for our area that we reported to. And that meeting was in May.
From the
No, hold on a second. No, sir. This is from the elected official. Congressional, right? So he was going to take our meeting that he met with myself and Becky to Washington and give us back a report. Becky can attest to this as well as John. I've emailed this gentleman 3 or 4 times. He has told us we'll get back with you So I think, if I'm not mistaken, Becky, I asked for our attorney to put on a letterhead. Listen, it's been since April of 18 of this year. We've been patiently waiting for a response from Washington. And so, again, I'm not sure where we're at, but he says he's waiting on a response from Washington. That's in August 13th of this month. So that's where we're at. It's supposedly in Washington.
I can shed some light. So,
Good question, though.
it is a good question. The current situation is unacceptable. So the post office facilities, what we've tried to do is reach out to the post office. The United States Post Office has post office facilities. The mailboxes, when they were in decent condition, even had a seal from the United States government. So we've tried with the U.S. Post Office, and they've told us, well, we don't do that, you do it. We're a water district, we don't do post office boxes. And it's, remember too, it's not just building a new and expanded post office facility, but then it's maintaining it in good condition forever. Again, that's what the post office does. So what we have done now is gone to our local congressman, our U.S. congressman, to say, can you get the U.S. Post Office to do something about this problem? That's where Tommy Griffin comes in. We sent him letters, and by the way, and the guy before him, Diaz-Balart, we sent him letters saying, please help. You are a U.S. congressman, go to the U.S. Post Office and tell them to put, for them, fixing this is in their $1 billion budget is a peanut. And we would even work with the county to do the maintenance, but someone's got to build it. And then we can work with the county and try to do a partnership to then maintain it forever and keep it in good condition because it's falling apart. That's been the problem. It hasn't been maintained. The way I see it is, like I say, I've been here over a year. After I purchased my house, my land here, I've been seeing a tremendous growth. People making bigger houses. So if you put that into perspective, within another 2 years, you're gonna have double the residents here. So then what? Everybody's gonna have to go to you're gonna have a major problem than now. It's not fixing what's there. It's leveling it and building something triple the size to serve all the people, you're right. So we're continuing to try to get the government to help. I think this gentleman, thank you for being here. The county can also help us with that. I think if the county adds their voice to our voice, we're just a water district, but maybe together, working together with the county, pleading. Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you for your
Thank you. Another thing we can do as a community is pick up petitions again. I mean, I don't know how far it's gonna help, but if we do it, send them in, that's all we can do. You know how government is, they don't work really for anybody, they work for themselves, unfortunately. If we don't hold them accountable, it's gonna be the same thing. So, I'm glad to see so many of y'all here. This is the first time we had this many people here in a very long time. I hope that y'all show up more often. So we really appreciate that too.
We're gonna move forward with, I don't know if that's an M or an M.
745 South Sendero. Whoever lives at 745 South Sendero.
She's not here. She left. It was about the roads. Yeah, I have her road on the list.
Tony Martinez.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here. I got two things. I live on Earl Street, almost about a block or two before the horse club. It's a racetrack. Between the regular people flying up and down and the dump trucks flying up and down, is there any way we can get a patrol car there? At the end of the block, they make a right or they make a left or they tap the brake and go right to the stop sign.
Yeah, so to address that, since I've been elected in 2020, I have bashed Hendry County Sheriff's Office and Hendry County Sheriff's Office for numerously increasing their budget, but not publicly addressing it. And the reason being is because we have deputies in LaBelle, we have deputies in Clewiston, now they have deputies in Harlem, but there are still no deputies here. They can quote and say, oh, that they put deputies here, but it's public record. If you pull GPS logs of every single call that has happened within a month span here in Montura, they only come here to respond to those calls, and sometimes they're late by Florida statute, which they're now doing their accreditation. If any of you go to report that saying, hey, I had a call and they didn't come to my house when they were supposed to, they won't win their accreditation. I addressed this issue to them numerous times, and I get the same repetitive question. We do have deputies out there. They are patrolling, and they are watching your road. It's bullshit. It's a straight lie. They're not. There's nobody here. So what did I do? I contacted FDLE myself and said, hey, can we get some troopers at least? So that's why you've seen for a couple here and there. They couldn't promise it all the time, but you'll see a trooper that will sit there all the single time for about a month patrolling 833 or flag hole. Reason being is because of the speeders. We've lost family members, we've lost people on these roads, and the county seems not to acknowledge it. Not even that with emergency response. But that comes from Hendry County because they fund that budget, and they do not hold the sheriff accountable, telling him, hey, you need to put deputies here in Montura. They believe that Montura is still how it used to be back in the old days where there's nobody here. I'm sorry to tell you, but this place has changed, and there's a lot of new people here, and this place has grown. But we fought that fight, and we realized from our legal attorney and the power we hold, we have to take that to Hendry County. We elected a new county commissioner, and we will hold him to that standard to fight that fight, to be our voice for us, to say, hey, look, Montura's been neglected, Montura's been abused, we need deputies out there, we need an ambulance, we need fire, to see if there's a dramatic change, and back him and support him. That's what we have to do.
And my second question is, I came here like 2 years ago when I moved over here. My parents have lived here 44 years, and one of my properties has a 10-foot alley. Easement. He was,
I remember.
The gentleman was gonna look into it, and it's been 2 years. I mean, I'm still paying more taxes where I can join it with my 3 properties and not pay the extra taxes on it. How many more years is it gonna take for somebody to say, let's release the easement? I mean, it's becoming a joke after 2 years.
I think I believe.
The old guy that was sitting here, I guess he retired,
Yes,
he
sir.
said, oh, we'll go back to Montura landowner.
So what happens is, because it's platted, and in the plat, it says if you, whatever, if that breaks, it goes back to the original owner, and the original owner.
They're out of business, they're gone.
But you have to understand, it's platted that way, so I don't know from that process how to correct that problem.
Who would know who to correct it? Your lawyers should know.
Yes, I do know.
So there's a legal process to it, it's already been done, and whenever that problem quits becoming political and they make it more logical, then they'll be able to do that. There is a way of doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been.
Our lawyer.
Let's help the people who live here, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
Any real estate lawyer could help you, because it is a problem, because you're right, it usually reverts, it's called the reverter clause, reverts back to the original developer that doesn't exist. So you're gonna have to go to the county, modify the plat to review that, and then file it.
every time I go to the county, they say they can't do nothing about it. It belongs to Central County. So you get the ping pong ball, back and forth.
I can tell you, I've reviewed it, there's nothing there that says we own it. And I can tell you right now, this board will tell you, we have no objection to you gaining that right. There's no objection here. I mean,
So every time it's came up, there's always been an objection to it.
Yeah.
Always has. I brought it up before I was a board
would there-
member, he brought it up, and I think a couple other people have brought it up, and they said, well, if we need it, for what?
Yeah, it's been since 2020, it started in 21, and
Yeah.
it came back in 22.
I'm not aware,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I may have misspoken. I'm not aware of why Central County Water Control District would object
Yeah.
to him releasing it. If you want, you can ask them for a letter, but we can't release something we don't have. If I had the easement, if it was my name, I can release it, but since it's our name, look at the plat, our name isn't there. So how can we release something that it's not in our favor?
So how do we go about this?
So when we present it to you, I guess we wouldn't even present it to the board, because you wouldn't have anything to do with it.
It's
We
our
present it to Hendrick County.
But it belongs to,
Yeah.
the easement belongs to Center County. It doesn't belong to Henry County.
Right, it's a, and again, that's up to you guys if you have any objection in releasing it.
Yeah, that's why I asked before, because every time somebody wanted to use it, they have to come to Central County. So it's okay, so if we don't own it, then why do you have to come to us? That's why I keep saying, whenever they quit making this issue political and go towards it being more logical,
Yeah.
we'll get past this very simple hurdle.
Yeah, all I can tell you is there's a process, it's clearing title, which requires you to file an action in court. That company won't respond, and then they'll give you title to it. I'm sure they'll send you a letter saying, we have no objection to it being released.
But can I get a letter from you stating that? Because I've gone to LaBelle there 3 times or 4 times, the lady tells me, what part don't you understand? It doesn't belong to Henry County, it belongs to Central County. They got to release it, and not a letter that they gave me, the guy that was a manager here, he gave me a letter for me to fence it. Like that lady says, you can use that as toilet paper, it's worthless. They have to abandon the property, is what Henry County said. It must be a letter from you guys, we're abandoning the alley, like Hialeah did. Hialeah abandoned all of the back alleys. If anybody's from Hialeah, the garbage trucks used to run through there until they started knocking everybody's fences down. They abandoned it because they got tired of the lawsuits. So they gave it to the citizens.
Yeah, there's a process. My parents went through it years ago when they built the store, and they went to it was a long process, they went through it. Central County said, we're not gonna do nothing with this. It was abandoned, so, and then that's the way.
How do we get a letter of abandon? Who gives me that?
They vote. You
Can we get a
vote on
vote?
it, and
Because somebody says to me, I'm retired, I'm on $1,800 taxes.
No, I understand.
Income.
I understand.
And the
It's not,
taxes keep going up and you know, and the ball just keeps, kick the can down the
Mr.
road.
Martinez, I understand, and I don't think the board will object it. It's just not on the agenda for a vote.
Okay.
So I'll make sure that the intern manager adds it on to our agenda for a vote for next month. And from the looks of it, I don't see any board members saying objection to it. So next month, you should have your letter from our attorney,
Abandoned.
stating that Central County Water Control District abandons that alley, between both of your property or the easement.
The easement is what they call it.
Yeah.
Okay?
But we propose to do all of it, which that's something they should do, because instead of doing one, just do it all, get it done over, let them, because he can't even join your property. So that's something we, because I know, I brought up many a times, and look, this is what they did, they said, no, 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 and now they're saying, well, we're not against this, like, come on, man. So we're gonna see next meeting how it
So
goes.
I'll speak on to when you say.
I know you have a property, you're trying to get it abandoned.
Exactly,
I
exactly.
mean,
So
it-
I have property along 833 as well.
I mean, it's,
And I have to give mine as well, right? So again,
I mean, it should be, if you guys ain't gonna use it, give it back to the people that own the property.
so with every decision, sometimes we don't know what the future holds. So a lot of times, we've been doing this a long time, people can come back at us and say, hey, by the way, you had no right to do that, and we can get sued. So again, I would say these two need to do their homework to make sure that we check off everything, because that alleyway was there for a reason. Just like, for instance, that 833 alleyway behind 833, those properties along.
They're commercial, so this is not commercial, but I'm saying, but there's
alleyway, there's 5 foot, there's 10 foot.
Yeah, I know.
Ours is a 10-foot.
They're there for a reason, right? They're there for a reason. Not saying they're right or wrong. I'm just saying if we say it's good, and then in the future they say, hey, you have no right to do that, and after you now. So I just ask these guys here, as far as legal, as far as utilities, that they check all the boxes. Other than that, I'm good, because I'll get my.
And just so we're clear, I looked at this a year ago, spoke to the prior manager. I don't see a need for it. Have the new engineer take a look at it, but I don't understand how.
He wasn't here.
Just send me word.
I'll get with them.
And John, if we got, like I said, my parents went through it, if I get the legal documents, we could see exactly, because they had to go through the county, they had to do a hearing.
Let's continue.
Right, they modified their plan.
Hold on, let me finish.
We're gonna continue, we have all these to go through, plus we need to finish our meeting. It's gonna be added on to the agenda for next month for a vote. The board, as we can see right now, the board's in favor to helping you out. Our attorney's gonna sit there and make sure everything gets done. Our engineer, from what we're hearing, he's gonna research it to confirm that there's no need of it. Okay, Mr. Martinez? Thank you.
So to go on that real quick, whenever you abandon an alley, it goes back to the adjacent owners. So it doesn't go back to the original owner, it goes back to both sides. You own both.
That's the general rule. Here, there's a reverter clause, that's the problem. You're right, if there's no reverter clause, then, and if there is a abandoned alleyway or right-of-way between two properties, the general rule is it's cut in half and each property owner gets half of it. But in this case, there's a reverter clause in this, because it goes back to the original developer, Pan American. That's what makes it kind of weird, yeah.
So, and I know you have to advertise just like the mine so far. And if you do that, that advertisement's for 30 days, 60 days by law. And then they have the right to say something. If they don't, they lose it.
Absolutely.
So that's it. But I'm here to help however I can between the county, to stand in that gap. So make sure the
Thank you. Blanca?
Hi, good evening. I'm new here to Honduras. I just moved in actually a month ago. I just bought. And the first week I moved in, I had a very, very bad experience. They want to make me get out of here quick. Your emergency.
What emergency?
I had an emergency. I called 911. It took 1 hour. 1 hour for somebody to get out there. And supposed to be they were a volunteer. This volunteer did a great job. I'm not blaming the volunteer, but was not equipped. I had to supply the oxygens. I had to supply Band-Aids when, I don't want to say names because doesn't know actually what happened because it was out. Was bleeding. Asked me for paper because I didn't even have cotton balls to put on it. She was actually bleeding. You know how long it took to get to the emergency room? 2 hours. They told me she wasn't gonna make it because she was waiting for 2 hours to get some help. Now my concern is, what happens when I call again? What happens with anybody? A little kid falls, gets hurt, it's unconscious. What happens to him? He's supposed to die because we can't get help on here, but yet we pay taxes, we pay everything. What happens?
That's a fight that I've been fighting for years, since I've been elected. Hendry County, when they take our taxes away for emergency services, I like to parenthesize it, they say that, oh, Montura has everything it needs to self-sustain itself. That is a lie. Last year, on April 9th, I take a lot of medicine, I'll publicly share that with everyone. I blacked out. It took them 45 minutes to respond to get me to the hospital. That was the first time I said, wait, I've never heard that before. I had a family member that called because she heard gunshots in her yard. When the police got there, it wasn't Hendry County Sheriff's Office, it was Clewiston Police Department sitting in front of her yard. I contacted everybody around her block. I said, when you call 911, who's shown up? Oh, Clewiston came. I said, oh, wow. I had, one of my cousins had a sugar attack and almost had a heart attack, blacked out. We called 911, 45 minutes go by, nothing. I said, we gotta go. He's gonna die. We flew all the way to the hospital. We never got a call back. When we called back, oh, we missed your call, but we'll make sure we address the issue with the Hendry County Sheriff's Office dispatch team. We don't know what happened. We had another lady who, she had a heart attack. They never showed up. They never showed up, not one time. It happened again, she had a heart attack. This time they showed up an hour. They said, oh, we just got the call, the volunteer fire department did the best they could. When I addressed this to Hendry County, each individual, not in a meeting, I addressed it to them personally. I said, I want each and every one of you to come out here to Montura to see what we deal with. Go look at our fire department. Stop by at 7 o'clock on Mondays to go see their meeting. Go look at the equipment. Because you guys got all this money that the county has approved. Let's help Clewiston. Let's help LaBelle. Let's upgrade their facility. Let's give them the best of service because it's a city. But what about us out here? We've grown, but they neglect us. And let me finish. And one of the biggest things is all of us as voters and constituents, we have to take this fight to them. Because when we as a board, we try everything in our power to give the resources to our citizens. We asked our attorney, can we turn into a multi-purpose district and oversee the fire department? Because there's a lot of special fire districts. We were told no, we couldn't do that. That it's gonna be a lengthy 4-year process. Well, some of us don't have 4 years to wait to get these services. It's a fight that we have as a whole have to take it to the county to fight. Because they're gonna keep doing what they say they wanna do and keep increasing taxes and not giving us the services we need. We're lucky to have a new county commissioner. He's very promising, he's kept his word so far, and I believe he's gonna be our voice up there to fight that fight for us. We had another county commissioner, didn't do nothing for us, disappeared out of thin air. He's been here since before being elected, showed up to every meeting, has shown up to multiple events. We need to fight that fight with him and back him as our new incoming elected official for that. But 100%, they don't care about us.
Well, I'm here. Anybody that wants to have my name, telephone number, address, to do anything that I can, because I went through this scare and I never want to go through this again. And no, the worst thing about it is after I was going through all this trauma, the person that was in the ambulance, which I'm not gonna mention names, I'm not gonna mention who, because I don't wanna get nobody in trouble. They asked me if she was on DNR, and I said yes, but at this moment, I'm ripping it, she's not. When they got her in, I said, please, I was nervous, I didn't have a ride, so I couldn't get to the hospital. And I said, please, take me, let me ride in there with her and take me to the hospital. I have no means of transportation. They said, I tell you what, if you promise me that she is DNR, I will take you in the ambulance. And I had to promise that you could go ahead and kill my mom back there because I needed a ride to get to the hospital. That is inhumane. Had no heart to do that to a person. When I got to the hospital, I got the papers and I ripped it in front of every doctor that there was there. How could you do that to somebody? So those people that are doing their job don't have a heart. They shouldn't be doing their job. I have been through hell and back. So anybody that wants to help me, that wants to help all of us, because at one time we're all gonna need it. We're all gonna need this help. Because unfortunately, we're getting old and we have kids. So I am here. I am here to help. I can give my number, every day I'm home, I don't work, so I want to do something about this because...
I'd like to speak on that. So, I was on the fire department from 2006 to 2017. One of the biggest problems that they have there is a lack of leadership. It's not no new news to anybody, there's a lack of leadership. So what ends up happening is that they just recruit anybody that wants to get in there. And then one of the biggest problems that we end up having is a lot of guys say, we're just volunteers. Well, that's really bad because then what ends up happening, it wasn't a fake call, it was a real patient that was being, worked on and stuff. So whenever, and the reason why a lot of us end up leaving was because of lack of leadership. If they change leadership, I'll go back that quick. Anybody that knows me in this community, I was the best firefighter that I could be. I went into homes to save it could be your dog, it could be just something your mother gave you, anything. That's our job. And there's a lot of us that we end up leaving because of that lack of leadership. The other problem is that Hendry County doesn't supply the fire department with nothing. We always ended up getting hand-me-downs, so it always ends up being a leadership problem. And if the firefighters don't vote out for the leadership and go for a new one, it's going to be the same thing. It's just old blood, and it's going to continue going on. And and it's sad. I've been in this community. Our family's been in here since 1974, and this is something that we shouldn't even be going through right now.
And personally, I'm not the type to speak, I don't even know if I'm doing this, but this was somebody done.
Sure.
And I have another little concern. Like I said, I'm brand new, so I really don't know much. I live in a corner house. The water around us, it's not draining. The grass is this high. You can't even tell that there's a ditch there. Mosquitoes are eating us alive. I mean, they're huge. They're eating us alive. Look at all the stuff that's going around now, all the diseases with the mosquitoes. I have grandchildren that come and visit me. That is the main concern. Now, who cleans that? Who's supposed to do that?
We do. Central County.
Oh, I've been there for a month. I have calls. They say somebody's going to be out there. Nobody hasn't even gone to see it. It's full of water and the grass is Super High.
442
442
Cypress.
Cypress, Paul Cypress Avenue, with a corner house, brand new. And, excuse me, Christopher, can I have your number in case I have another purchase?
Oh, yes, ma'am. You know, something, something that I think that'd be great for the community to do, because the thing is, you never ask government to help you do anything, because they're gonna give you the least bit, unless somebody that really wants help gets in. You know, this community needs to start, I'm trying to think of what the group is now, but everybody gets together, so whenever there's emergencies, people volunteer to help each other, so you live off of Bald Cypress. So, whenever, before a hurricane comes, you check in with your neighbors, say, okay, this guy's gonna be here. So what ends up happening, I'm gonna kind of go back to what happens with the fire department, how the community helps the fire department. Whenever power lines go down, we never wanted people to mess with power lines, but if you write down on Bald Cypress, since that's your area, say, okay, on this street, we have a power line here, here, and here. That gets reported back to the fire department gives it back to Plains Electric, and it cuts down on a lot of that. If you never want to touch on that stuff, if there's a medical emergency, you know, if you know that your neighbor's gonna stay for the hurricane and the house is destroyed, well then, you'll have a team of people that can help. Some people could cook, some people could, you know, take just basic first aid, search and rescue, and that's something that the community would have to do. That'd be something really good. But hopefully that's something that we could get going within the community members.
I'm willing to do whatever it takes, because I went through a big school.
Well, it's called a CERT team. It's a community emergency response team, CERT.
Yeah. Okay.
And that would be something, you know, personally, we'll get all together with everybody here, you know, private individuals, and we'll try to put something together to help the community out in a very big way.
I mean, yes, let me know.
Sure.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Ryan Long?
Thank you for dealing with my son. I know you can be loud.
We all have.
I've lived here a year. We moved on to Perimeter Road, and we knew it was gravel. I'm originally from East Kentucky, so nothing new there. So road washed out. You guys came and put gravel on it. I assume it was you guys. My only thing is it wasn't like graded and level. That's kind of the only thing. Like, because I don't know, I don't understand why you guys just dump big piles of gravel and then really like smooth out the road.
Well, all we were doing was patching up the road, because Perimeter is a road that we're looking to with a grant to actually bring up the level and actually pave that road.
Okay.
So what we were doing was just patching it so you guys could use it and the school bus can get to and from right now.
Okay. Well, if you guys was patching it, it should be level with all roads, right?
And do it twice.
Huh?
If not, it'll be done twice. So while grade it out, roll it out, because if not, it's just a bump and it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it just bumps and it's already washing out because people fly down that road.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
just fly.
and that's the other problem. And-
Yeah.
But you're on Perimeter between what and what?
Oh, I have no idea. I can't say half the name.
What's your address?
457.
Okay.
I'm like one of like 3 homes actually like has a driveway out onto Perimeter.
Oh, so
Yeah.
you live.
He's on Perimeter.
No,
He's
no,
on
I
Perimeter.
actually live on Perimeter.
He's on Perimeter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
He's in my brother.
like, I love you guys patched it. I just kind of like it to be like level. I don't have the equipment, or I would do it myself. So,
I agree with that, because I mean, if you're gonna go through the effort of putting in the patch, and I mean, you're already there with the machine,
Yeah.
level it out.
well, they
roll it in.
brought the machine down and a dump truck, but I don't know if you guys was digging a ditch like on that side, but like they pulled a bunch of dirt and just made a drop off one side, but they just then level out the rest of the gravel.
Yeah, they're not done. That's the berm that's on that side next to Alico. Yeah, that we
Yeah,
were
there's a
cutting
lot
the
of
swell.
management
We were
right
cutting the
now.
swell there. So we were just picking up the extra material right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
and we're still not done.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was my own concern. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Since there's no more public comments, we're gonna go into old and new business. We're gonna go to section, I don't have,
I gave him a paper. Yeah, I gave you guys a paper. Yeah.
And there was a little, the
Yeah,
notebook
it's
that I gave,
folded up somewhere.
one folded.
Yeah, and I gave you guys a paper.
Somebody else.
Yeah, I gave you,
It's in there.
Chris's, Alonso's when Yeah, and you gave me yours, I gave it to him.
You can come up, Christopher. After Christopher, you can come up.
Hey guys, so I've been coming here for the past couple months. Again, I'm back here to find out any information on the roads. And I hear the community come out and a lot of people talk. And a lot of projects have been started within the last couple months. And there's the list of roads that are gonna get done. And I see a lot of halfway done projects is what I hear. So you guys started his road and didn't finish it, they patched it up and then they rode over the road. 5 months ago, you guys started my road, and then across the street, and then finished on my side. Then another lady was complaining about another road, and then North Corral, you can't even drive down that road. So if there's really a list, right? And it's not, you guys are not just pulling our legs, and there's really a list that you guys are going by, can the public see this list? One. Second, if now that you guys switched the times for the employees, right? Because it's supposed to help out, I don't know how, but the employees coming in earlier, right? How did that benefit the community? Because now they're coming in early, so in the past month, they should have done that much more work, right? How did it help the community out in the past month? That's what I would love for somebody here to explain to the community, right? How did it benefit the switching of the hours to the community, and how much more work got done in the past month? Oh, and how much overtime was used within the last month compared to the month before when they were running their regular times from 8 to 4. If you guys could please provide that to the community, especially the yays, right, of the voting last month. Yeah, you, I know what. Yeah, I would love to see the comparison and overtime.
The chair will allow me.
So this is how I see you're fired up about it. But we're gonna be formal with each other.
Very
You
formal.
spoke, he's gonna answer, and then if you have a follow-up question, you get one minute, okay?
So in reference to your concern,
Yeah.
it was not your road, it was your swell, if I'm not mistaken. Because in the first meeting, hold on, Reese, right?
Yeah.
In your first meeting, you said, we're coming into rainy season, and there's gonna be a problem with my swell,
Okay.
right? So we are in rainy season. I've been down your road. I see your stakes that you put out on your road, this and the other. It does drain. Unfortunately, hold on, it needs to be addressed like many others, right? And that's been something that we've harped on. But I don't control that. Nobody on the board controls that. The one that controls that is the district manager. And in reference to your time, I'm not sure if you know this, but the employees have always worked that time before. From whatever time to, what was it, Becky, from what?
7 to 3:30.
How long have the employees worked that time?
Since 2018 of October.
Since 2018. In reference to your overtime, right? In reference to your overtime, this is the season where you will see the employees get overtime. The reason why is we have equipment down, so when the equipment gets back in the shop, because I've even complained since, why is the grass this high? And to find out, there's two
big mowers were
down. So I'm telling them, rent equipment. That's what we have a budget for, rent equipment, so we can keep these services going. Also, is we have to maintain our pump stations, because they run off fuel, so the gentlemen have to come out at night, pump the fuel, check it, see if they're running, because nothing unfortunately is automated, right? So they have to check the equipment. So this is the season where you will see the overtime. This, in reference to the time, they've been doing this from 2018, this is nothing new. If you want, be the chair.
Alright, so you said in reference to this is the highest month, right, for the overtime.
This is the season.
This is the season. We're not talking about this month. I was very specific. I said compare this month or the next. You can even compare the next coming months to the past months.
Sure.
And you could even do year to year. This year to last year because they were working on that time last year. We said 2018. So you guys could do a year-to-year comparison.
Good.
Right? So the community could hold you accountable. Right? First. Second, you said, about my road in specific, that they worked on the sauce and you see water running.
Sure.
They started working on the sauce.
Sure.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And they started working on his road, and they started working on the other lady's road, and they started working. So who's running the?
I'm not running it.
She's but you guys are supposed to hold her accountable, right?
Hold on, you asked who's running it, right?
Yeah, she's running it,
Hold on,
right?
hold on. So you're acting like we're running it. We're not running the operation. She's in charge of the day-to-day.
But you
Okay,
hold her
thank you.
accountable.
Thank you, yes, we do, thank you, Crystal.
For sure.
Thank you for your time. We're gonna move on to the next
Solution.
person, we're gonna move on to the next person. We
So-
went over that time,
I don't wanna-
unless, okay, you have another board member, so you have another follow-up minute.
The only thing I'm gonna say is that I drove down your road, last week we had a little storm event and stuff, went down through there. And I see there's a lot of material at the mouth of the culvert, and there's torpedo grass, I mean, this high through there. So, I mean,
Get Jason's side.
yeah. So, I mean, it doesn't really drain good if you really go and look. It does need to be readdressed,
For
and
sure.
it is filling up with a bunch of stuff in the mouth. For sure. You know, so I just wanted to make sure that we're aware that it's not 100% great either.
No,
No, it's
nobody's
not.
saying that. But again, the comment was in the beginning that, hey, before rainy season comes, if you don't fix my grade, I'm gonna flood. That has not been the case. But he is
It has
correct.
flooded.
Hold on. He is correct, just like my property right now.
Yeah.
It's in a different location. Hey, I come home, guess what? I'm saturated.
Yeah.
My swell's saturated.
Yeah.
All of my properties have water on it. But with time,
Yeah.
you know it flows slow, but it's not designed to drain fast, correct? Our system is not designed to drain fast, it goes slow. So even if it proper grade,
Yeah.
it would not come off the swells
Yeah.
fast enough.
Well, what ends up
So
happening?
us and our
Yeah,
customers like.
because what ends up happening is like as far as the projects, I seen down data where they sidearm mow a little bit, then they jump over to horse club, and then, so there's a lot of the perimeters being done, so there's a lot of movement, but there's no completions. So that's one thing, you know, and it's not to knock on the workers or manager or nothing.
Knock on somebody.
But it's the truth, you know, so the thing is that I see the same thing that a lot of other people see, so there's a
So
lot
not
of.
following up and following through,
Well-
not completing projects.
Yeah, and that's what kind of ends up being the thing, is that stuff has to make sense. You start a project, you try to finish it unless something happens, but you always gotta come back to it. Because what ends up happening, his project got started, how long ago?
6 months now. 5
Well,
months.
from the beginning, from the oil spill. Whenever y'all did.
The oil spill was before, that was a
Yeah,
year
that had
ago.
nothing to do with
Yeah.
where he
Well,
was.
but it ended up getting the south ditch
Correct,
being done.
and that's the only side we touched.
The north side y'all did too. The fish farm side.
Yes, we
Right.
came back
Right.
once we had that ability to
Yeah.
do that.
So what
Yes,
ends up
sir.
happening is that your main roadside drainage, when you come around the corner, that goes up Arboleda North, there's a difference in elevation. It might be 6 inches, so the water from the main road can't turn that corner because of the foam pole. And that's something I brought up a while back that, I mean, it's not even near done. I mean, it's far from being done. It's just kind of scraped out. Anybody that goes and sees it knows that it wasn't even nowhere near being done, the first property. And then the thing is like, you know, they're on that side, you know, go to the opposite side and do both.
The opposite
Because
side worse than this side.
is,
But we had culverts that collapsed, that took precedent
Right.
to returning back to his road. And then now we're here, rain started, we had to pause, okay? We've had, different situations. When we were on his, the excavator broke, and I did explain that to him. He said I was just making up excuses, and that's fine. I'm good with that. On top of that, we also had other issues that with other equipment that has broken in that process. Okay, I don't have control of the equipment. When you use it, it breaks. Okay, and the guys have been working very hard. They've been working very hard. So again, like I explained, the project at hand for the swells, you have to take time and make sure that the elevation is correct. And you have to make sure that it's not raining. And lately, it's been it's during the day, midday, we've had different spells. On top of that, we've had different storms that have come through. We didn't have a direct storm, but we've had rain hit us at different times. So on that aspect, you can't do anything here, okay? The roads, why did we jump from one road to another? Because there were certain roads that were in super, super bad condition, even with the water, and we've been cutting the roads to drain the water, to at least get it passive and safe for our community that needed to be done. So on perimeter, why did we jump to perimeter? School was coming through, we know that's a horrible road. We've been using repurposed material that we pulled just to build a base on that. That's not even nowhere near to what Mr. Dobbs gave us on that project.
Right.
Okay, and that's something that, again, we had to do the swell towards Alico Road, to kind of just drain the water and keep it to where it's safe so everybody and the buses can come up and down. Again, his road is still, the swell is still draining on his side. It's not perfect, and it's not gonna be perfect, and there's a lot of different roads that are the same way.
Right.
It's not an excuse, but again, there's, whatever comes up first, and it is a legit emergency, is what I'm gonna attend to. That is our responsibility. So again, he is still safe. There's others that are not safe. And that's what we are targeting.
Right.
I did go down our list of roads, and yes, the list is there. You're more than welcome, and I can email it to you if you want
You
to.
brought up a good point about about you guys getting done stuff for people to get them safe, and just, hey, 100% with that.
No.
What I'm asking is, what things have gotten done in between the last 5 months compared to what you guys have halfway started, a whole bunch of projects, the community is telling you
Okay.
you're halfway, but again, yeah, a solution would be nice from you guys for any kind of work
So-
that's allowed for.
To my point, it's prioritizing out projects. If you have all this stuff going on, you don't start a lot of new stuff unless it prioritizes it.
If there's equipment down, I will use whatever equipment we have to continue to work on our day-to-day. So that I can continue in that project. I'm not gonna have the guys standing there. There's plenty of other things that we can target in our community to use the different equipment that we have. So that's why I do what I do. So again, I have projects that I want to finish, but if it breaks down, I have to hold. Now, what are we gonna do? We're gonna shift it. And that's all it's gonna do. If anybody has a specific question they want answered, they're more than welcome to call the office, and I will be more than happy to explain it to them.
Yeah.
I'll even walk them through it, you understand? They can come here and they can look that we're not lying about what we're doing. So again, the only way to do it is by proving it. So what we've been doing, I shift the guys, well, we can't continue on Canal 13, which is the one that we've been targeting, because the excavator's down, you can see it, it's been sitting there. Okay, so what do? Take that group of guys, let's go. We're gonna work on perimeter because we have to drain that because we hold a lot of water. It is almost 1.5 foot, under. So guess what? We're gonna do what we can do right now, and that's where you guys are gonna target. I can't go down Mr. Alonso's road to start the swell because I have to change out the culverts going down, so that's gonna take at least 4 or 5 guys that, you know what, there's other roads that I really need to target that are horrible. So again, what other projects are there that they're stating that are not done? Because we started the boom mowing, I have somebody doing that, and I have the guy picking up the debris right behind it.
I've seen it.
I just
On Dale,
complained about the road.
It is the thing, because if anybody on this board rides around a lot,
I
I
know
ride
you
almost
do.
every weekend around this place.
And I know you
And
do.
I'm not buying, that's why I wanna put a TV there, so I get my laptop and you can see all this stuff. You know?
Yes, and I agree
You know I'm
with
on
you.
top of this stuff all the time,
And
so
I
this is the
agree.
thing, I know you're getting a little, but that's okay.
No, I'm just
the thing
just
is
the
that
same way
I-
you have the right, I have the
Yeah.
right.
I go down perimeter, there's holes like this, and then you're working on a ditch, right?
Yes, but there was no material, the material ran out, and again, now the material came back, and they're going back to fixing it. So that's all I'm stating. I'm just moving things around to make sure everybody is working accordingly in our community to the areas that are targeted.
And I've seen you
Thank
jump
you.
around a lot, because on
Thank you.
Appaloosa and Jasmine, let me finish, please.
Okay.
It's like the gentleman that he had that big pothole. I mean, it was massive. I don't think there was one bigger. And then you said, well, we're gonna finish that road. That's the last road, and we ran out of millings. Y'all didn't get back to that till like months later. The guy called me, said his name's Renee. He called you, I don't know how many times, and then I asked you, I said, Becca, you said this is the last road that y'all did whenever Emilio was here. Y'all ran out of millings. Y'all didn't get to that guy, and then you did all these other ones. There's one house all the way at the end, and you did that whole road. And I said, how in the hell are you gonna do this? I mean, there wasn't even a trailer there. And then you got a landowner with a home there that you won't even fix a hole. That's what really burns me up whenever I see that type of stuff. You go down these roads that there's millings, there's 2 houses at the end, and most of the time there's just a driveway.
Okay.
And then you see the other ones, you know, and it's, I'm not blind, everybody sees what goes on.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna move forward. Yes, sir?
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. I'm still here. I'm just moved to Montero like 3 years ago.
me and my wife and my kids. I love this place. I just have a question. I try to understand where this means here about this says right here, dirt sells income. What does that mean? I think anybody can
Dirt
explain.
sales. So basically, there's materials that we have, there's dirt that we have, they have dug as we clean. And it's available if you wanna purchase it for $100.
Okay.
And it comes back into Central County and we use it towards,
My question is on the
Sure.
top, this is because in December last year,
Mhm.
they offered me this dirt.
Okay.
And every time I come over here, they say, we don't have them.
correct.
And now say, you guys sell $40,000, oh, not for me, something like that.
That was from last year. That was from last year.
So,
We
you
haven't-
have the dirt available,
We pull it. It's not that it sits here.
okay?
As we go cleaning it, whoever's the last person that came in and purchased it, we have an ongoing list, and it was from 2022.
Okay.
And you can, again, the last person, that's who we call. And if your name is on there, we're gonna call you next, okay? That's how we go. We don't jump,
When?
again, as we're cleaning and we're doing, is how we're calling.
But I don't think, when was the last time, good question, when was the last time we even sold her? I don't think we've sold her.
It just, we haven't sold
I'm
it.
asking you,
No,
when was
no,
the
no.
last time?
I'm just saying, we haven't sold it.
When?
We've been,
When's the last time we have sold her?
oh,
That's the
2022?
Yeah, it's been a bit over.
2022, the last person that had called me and had been,
And the reason I asked the question is if I'm not mistaken, we have to send money back.
yes,
to
we
people.
started reimbursing it to people.
Right.
That's correct.
Because I haven't seen money
No.
sold for dirt in
No.
a while. I didn't know how long it was.
No, we just barely started again and we just delivered 13 loads to the man that paid back in 2022. Because we're cleaning up perimeter and we're picking up all that extra dirt that's all along that side that we're cutting up.
So we have moved some field. Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
yes.
I didn't know that.
We just started that. And that was with the young man that was talking about, Mr. Ryan, that he saw that we were bringing dirt back up, but it's sand, so we can't leave it on the road, we have to pick it up. So instead of picking it up, we started delivering it to the person that had already paid, and he did not want his reimbursement, he wanted the material. So we just started that, only because we're cleaning up perimeter.
Okay, just one more quick
Sure.
question about, I have a land on Porter Street, near to the lake, and do you guys have,
Trust behind me?
yeah, just in front of the lake.
On the
lake.
On Porter Street, and do you guys have any plan to fix that road? Because that is disgusting.
You're on Hilton Club, right?
635.
Oh, you're on the Bruce.
No, not,
You're in there, inside the, okay.
South Florida. And I know I'm not just a person live right there, I mean, have a land right there, but everybody like, my friend just talked this before me, everybody goes there to the lake. And sometimes I try to get to the road, I have to go all way to 823 and come back to get to my land, because that thing is so disgusting. Do you guys have any plan to fix that road?
Well, we fixed it. We fixed it. The problem is that they keep riding through it.
I don't think so, you guys fixed it.
How many
because
years
I
ago?
had that land for about since 2018. I never saw nobody put 1 meter dirt on that Porter Street.
I can show you a video if you guys want to see it. How many holes you have in there with the water?
And I live on that road, I see my land every time, and I never see you guys put one single rock on that road since 2018.
That we can verify
Yeah.
because we keep records so that we can verify.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna move forward into A, discuss and vote on Hendry County planner and
No,
presentation.
that's done.
Done.
That's done.
Okay, we're gonna go to B, discuss and vote on update on F.
That's
S.
Romero.
Let me say it for now. It's been a long night. Go ahead, Primero.
So, and I'm gonna make, speaking of long nights, it's a little after 9:30, we probably need to talk about what we want to do with the agenda. One of the more important decisions we'll probably ever make is on the district manager position. That's gonna take at least an hour to go through the applications and discuss the process and vote on interviews and things of that nature. I'm going to recommend that that item be deferred and be the first item at the next meeting because it is the most important item on the agenda.
So where are we at now before you switch it?
Pardon me?
Where are we at now, John?
Check here. So,
I don't have access to email, it's on me.
okay, well, we've been emailing you all the applications. I've come up with a short list of 12. 9 people, I'm sorry, 10 people that have applied in addition to Ms. Hernandez and Mr. Moreno. I have their applications here, but it would be several hundred pages to print them all. I mean, we can do it if you wish. I had emailed it to all of you so that you could just look at it online. But if you have an email problem, we can print these out for you.
How many is on the short list?
12.
12.
And I sent you, well, those of you who have checked your email, I sent you a little graph.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the, thank you. So I have a little graph with all the names, but anyways, I'd like to go over with it. I want to go one by one, to discuss with you what we found, qualifications, how, if they match, how they match, and then you decide how many people you want to interview. Because keep in mind, and then we're discussing the interview process too, how you want to do it. There's several different ways to do it. But what I was going to do now is give you an update, because we're at a crossroads here with the environmental resource permit application we have pending in South Florida. But I just wanted to mention that we have some important things on the agenda, and because of the 2 hours with this community workshop, I think we need to you need to think about what you want to do with the balance of the agenda. But I'm going to go ahead and talk to you real quickly about the ERP. So on September 18th, district staff will be here to conduct a site inspection. I want to thank our engineer. He's stepped up to the plate and has engaged in this process, along with our environmental consultant. I think you're going to be here. Our environmental consultant's going to be here. District staff are going to be here. And they're going to do 3 things. September 18th, 9:30 a.m. They're going to field verify the wetland delineation. In other words, our consultant drew lines on a map, which I showed you several months ago, saying, okay, these are wetlands and these are uplands. So the staff is going to come out and verify it and flag it. Then they're going to discuss, then based on that, they're going to talk about mitigation. And as you know, we have proposed doing what's called on-site or permittee responsible mitigation, which is essentially what we've proposed is saying, here are some areas that we're going to protect. I think it's about 7 acres. And we're going to allow it, we're going to regrade it and allow it to revegetate naturally. Because if you have to plant, think 6 figures, $100,000 plus. And if you have to provide mitigation off-site from a bank, it's about $200,000 of credit, and credit does not equal an acre. You can have several credits for 1 acre of impact. So now think $250,000 to $500,000 impact. So we're real important to sell the concept of on-site mitigation. The district's also going to want us to put a conservation easement over the on-site mitigation. So conservation easement means the only thing you'll be able to do is look at it and walk over it daintily. That's it, and forever and ever. It's recorded in property records. Also, the legislature passed new regulations, new government regulations regarding operation and maintenance of these areas, and they have greatly expanded the responsibilities for operation and maintenance. And this is affecting not just us. If you're a homeowner association, a property owner association, you now have to create financial assurances. So let's say we have the on-site mitigation area, we're going to have to create a trust fund or a bond that throws off enough money to maintain the area in perpetuity, i.e. forever. And these are all outlined in a letter that we received from the district. So there's a lot going on. I'm working with the engineer, with the environmental consultant. We're going to also, once they agree on the wetland lines and once they agree on the preserve, we're going to have to survey it. lift the legal description, drop it in the conservation easement, and record it in the public record. So I just wanted, and again, we're hoping, because it says, I'll read you the actual words, it says, the applicant, that's us, has proposed on-site wetland mitigation. So they want us to provide reasonable assurances that the on-site mitigation will offset the impacts to wetland functions. That's the impacts from the ATV usage. And I think that's it about mitigation. So we're going to learn a lot. The day is over on the 18th, and I'll keep you posted. But we'll try to figure out whether we pivot right or pivot left. And Steve, I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that.
Well, the only thing I would add is I have been out with this reviewer, doing the Glades County Elementary School. He's the guy that came out, and he seemed to be reasonable and logical. Not, some of these guys are aggressive, and that doesn't seem to be him. So, that's a good thing.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I think they're trying to work with us, and they understand that we're a government agency with limited resources, so we're going to keep hoping that they don't come down too hard on the hammer with us. And so far, it appears they're trying to work with us. We'll learn a lot on September 18th. So that's just an update. No vote is required, but this is something that's going to involve hundreds of thousands of dollars. I know we budgeted about 100 for this fiscal year. We're going to do our best to try to.
Actually, since 1979, I've been coming to the Russell Ward, enjoying myself in there, and we've been doing nothing wrong all this time. And they never bothered. They never bothered us. They never mentioned nothing about the wetlands. And we used to go in there with trucks. I mean, 4-wheelers. Yes. You know what I'm saying? Yes. And they never mentioned anything about the wetlands. And now they're after us about the wetlands for the ATVs.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you, Santana. Do you need a vote?
No vote,
Okay.
just an update. Now, the next item, Mr. Chairman, is also legally, we've got to do it tonight, and it's basically today, by law, what you've been presented with is the final budget.
We passed it.
No, you can't, because you were in a workshop, you can only vote in a meeting, so.
It's exactly the same.
Yeah. But then we're gonna do it, we've drafted a resolution, Steve sent you, so we have a resolution
Okay.
that you're gonna sign and.
Can we have a motion to pass the FY 2024 -2025?
Motion.
Motion by Santana, do we have a second? Second by Roberto. All in favor? Aye. It passes. You're welcome. We're gonna move to D, discuss and vote on CCWCD properties on property appraisal to correct name. Self?
Yeah, so one of the things that, I don't know if you look in your binder, Central County has a lot of the properties under Central CODR district, and just to correct, and just so that we can correct everything, so whenever you look up Central County Water Control District property, it all falls under one name instead of 2 or 3 different names. And the other thing that we had to talk about was, John, what property was it that we was gonna get rid of?
It should be right in the front pocket, John. Yeah, behind the budget, it should be there.
This?
Yes.
So you mean the ones that say Central CODR?
But if you see them, they're actually labeled in 3 different ones. The first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The first 8 properties are under Central CODR DIST district, and then the next one says Central CO Water Control Dist, and then the other one says Central County Water Control District, which would make more sense. That's why whenever people look up Central County property, you'll only really find 1, 2, 3 of them, not all the other ones.
Yep.
So what I was just proposing was to get with them to fix the name and vote on just putting under Central County Water Control District, so there's not 2 other strange names along with it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
Yeah. And the other thing that goes with that too is that we have to vote on which properties to get rid of. Because John can't move
There's two
forward.
different, yeah, I would vote on this first because they're two different issues.
Yeah.
And I only see,
And it's really, you
Correct
don't
name.
even need to vote. I'll
Yeah.
just go, call the property, I'll correct it.
we have a motion on the floor to correct the name on the property appraisals, for the incorrect, verbiage or abbreviation to Central County Water Control District for all properties that are not in that abbreviation. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Roberto. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passes.
Is it just this one page?
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, because the other thing that was supposed to be on there was the properties that we wanted to get rid of.
We're gonna go to E, discuss and vote on GIS application, Hernandez and Dobbs.
No, he was
What he's saying is it's a separate issue. What Chris is saying, he's talked about it before, is that there are certain parcels that are owned by Central County that Central County may not have any plans for now or in the future. And if that's the case, what Chris is recommending that those parcels be declared surplus and sold to the highest bidder.
We already voted on that.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, but the thing is for
But
John
you-
before, he needs to know
You
which
need to tell me
properties.
what to sell.
Yeah, 'cause he
We
just-
said all of them. That meeting, we
Well, I
said
don't know
all of
what
them.
all
Oh, you
of
don't know
them.
what, yeah, because I mean, that's what I'm saying, if you look at this whole list, if you say all of them, then all this is gonna go, so we have to be
And I
specific.
can't tell where they are just by looking at a piece of paper.
Yeah. Because the only
So-
one that we talked about keeping was one that's off of Del Central. And then there's three other ones, it's 185 Appaloosa, 565 South Dado, and then Live Oak.
Said this one
Is there one? This one? Sure.
475.
I think that's the three that we voted on.
Okay,
So, I'm sorry.
Or the
Could you
three
say
that we
those one more
recommended.
time? Which one is that?
Appaloosa, Dado, and then the last three, where you see the 185 Appaloosa Avenue,
Yes.
565 South Dado, and 845 South Live Oak.
So I-45's off.
What's the where's the second one?
They're at the bottom,
So is it 565 South?
565 South Dado, and 845 Live Oak, which is the last one.
So,
how big are they in size? What's the difference from those and the ones that we're keeping?
1.25. Those are an acre and a quarter.
Most of them, unless you look
Yeah.
at the border lot and at the end.
Yeah.
So why are
You
we,
live around the middle.
why are we keeping some and we're not keeping?
The only one we were thinking about was Avenida del Centro.
Yeah, but that's one we recommended keeping, and said if we ever get to put together a dog pound or, what else do you want, those mailboxes there?
Yeah, no post office or something.
So, because all the other ones, you know, for the people in the community that don't know, we inherited these properties somewhere down the line and they don't serve no purpose to us, they're in the worst locations you could ever imagine. And we could actually, since properties are kind of high right now, we could probably get something back and hopefully put that back towards the roads or something more meaningful than it just sitting there. So I mean, if the central we want to keep and hold on in case, and then down the road we want to get rid of, we can do that too. But these three, they're not nowhere in a good location for us to ever use them for anything.
Okay.
so you're gonna declare them surplus and we'll go ahead and set up
Yeah.
So it's a 185 Appaloosa.
365 South Dale and
565.
I'm sorry, 565 and 845 South Live Oak.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have a motion, to sell the properties as of, go ahead, Chris.
For surplus.
Do you have a second?
For the three properties, yeah.
Second by Mata, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passes. All right, now we're gonna go to E, discuss and vote on GIS application.
Me.
My vote,
Do we have any nays?
me.
One nay? Okay, we're gonna go to E, discuss and vote on GIS application, Hernandez and Dobbs.
So, me and Steve have been working on, the GIS, system, which is a map system, and it's dedicated, it'll be for Montserrat. So, we can actually, it's gonna be, it's an app where we can go in and physically put in like where our culverts are, our stop signs, anything and everything that has to deal with our roads and drainage, our swells, everything.
Do we know how much it costs?
Yes.
How much?
It's,
This isn't it.
no, that's not it. It was,
What I remember was it was $5,000 to set it up, and it was $2,000 a year to maintain it.
correct.
And how many layers would it have?
I don't know, but I mean, it was very robust. I was very impressed by the presentation, and obviously,
I can tell you, having worked with GIS systems for over 20 years, it's almost a no-brainer. We have 7,000 acres.
Yeah.
You need to have a GIS system. They're amazing. And you can even put them up on the website so any member of the public.
Yeah, that was gonna be my
phone
next
app.
question. If we move forward with the website and the app, could we be able to update our constituents of roads that are being worked on, culverts that are being worked on, and projects so that there could be a clear, transparent picture? So we could do that
Yes.
to allow the transparency to our community.
You can also add pictures, and doesn't have anything to do with this, but we are looking to automate pumps.
Yeah.
Put some auto starts on, we're getting prices on that now. Hopefully we'll bring that to you next month.
You could also grade the roads, in other words.
Well, there's,
Put layers indicating the conditions of each of the roads. It's for, so there's hundreds of miles of canals and roads.
Yeah, it'll do contour, it should do contour lines and everything right there.
You can put 10 layers on it.
survey information, I mean, you can, you know.
What system y'all looking at? Leica? Y'all only looked at one or multiple?
We just looked at
No, we just looked at that one because that was part of the conference.
Okay.
Remember, we sat in the class on the, IM? So he was the, Caleb. Caleb is the person. He has a whole presentation.
The agenda.
Yeah, no, that's part of the, that's right here, and you guys all have a copy of this as well. In your folders, I put in also for the app, for, our website, asking for permission to switch from looking for a different, company for our website, and this, I spoke to them also. This group that you have is from the conference as well. They do the app and the website, so all of Ventura can download the app. You guys will have on-time information updated. Instead of being on social media, trying to get your information, you can actually download the app. It will be connected directly to our website. The GIS map can also be part of this app. And you guys can click in there and you can have all the updated information.
So like the property appraisal book for Montour, basically.
Correct.
We could click up.
Does anybody have to have a license or get licensed? Because what ends up having to do GIS, some people does it, some will be for legal, that it can actually be used legally, and then some of it just be used for internally.
he told us anybody can have access to it. So you got a app on your phone or whatever, everybody can have access to it.
Yeah.
Now, I think we can get permissions from different users, you know, like a power user can access everything, and then.
One is view only versus being able to manipulate. It'd be a view only because we're a public agency. Right. It's publicly
So-
available.
What I'm asking is like, is Central County employees gonna be out with a Leica system or something like that, taking elevations with it?
That's another layer.
Yeah.
They're just talking about setting up the system.
Right.
You can add a topo layer, you can add 18 layers of this.
Well, that's what I was asking, because if they're gonna go out and shoot like, so they're gonna get into doing pipes and stuff, you know, if they go into, to like a Leica system. That's what I was asking, you know, because then there's a legal thing, if you're gonna use it for legal, if it's a legal survey, if it's an internal survey, they do not
It
need.
won't be a legal survey now.
So, okay, so there's not gonna be no license involved that people has to. Well, that's what I was asking, I was trying to figure out how far involved you're gonna go through with GIS, because it's gonna become very sophisticated or very just.
So my only issue is we have a very sophisticated GIS. Dealing with the works. And we have dedicated people to it.
Right.
To input all this information. So how are we gonna input all of our, how are we gonna put all our information and dedicate?
Because your GIS it is a rocket ship probably, just like the one that
That's
district
what I'm
has.
saying.
But we're not gonna have that many layers.
I think what Mott is saying is if we do approve the system to make sure that when the information is being updated, it's being updated correctly, not just being put in there, you know.
I'm gonna give you a for instance. We have a good GIS working, right? We have Mr. Alonso, we can see his road when it's been worked on, all that stuff. We can see the culverts that were done. All that requires somebody inputting information. It does not just magically appear.
No, of course.
And it's not gonna happen for this much money.
Right, she's doing that now. But on paper, which you instead should be doing it on.
But the shops, she has a day-to-day operation that we have a lot on her to do right now. She can't do that in GIS. There's no way.
So what we were
to
gonna,
capture all that. There's
so
no way.
coming back to that question, is to train the employees, they do their dailies. And their dailies will also represent what's on the GIS, because that's the road that they're gonna be working on, they're gonna be installing, they're gonna put the information of what they've done. The road, it's gonna be that one layer. It's almost like following through, because their dailies should match what they did on the GIS, if that's what they work on.
So, are you gonna be able to see where the potential, if you install a pipe, is it gonna tell you where the invert of the pipe is or anything, or is it just saying you put a pipe in 18 by 30?
You can make it that extensive.
That's what I'm trying to figure,
You
is it
can
gonna
make it that
be, because that's the same thing we're trying to figure out.
Not for this one,
Okay.
that's years down the road
Yeah.
and a lot more money.
But is the system,
So here's the problem.
Yes, sir.
You have every staff member doing it. Just like for instance us, there's certain people have access, because if you touch it and remove it, it's gone.
oh, right. I
So
think,
you
yeah, no,
have too many people touching it,
Yeah.
and by the way, I just deleted
I
5
think-
years of.
I think
of-
what
of
Mata's
information.
suggesting is we create a GIS position that would just,
You would have to if you wanted to be
Oversee
the
that.
secretary, unless you wanted it just to be barren. If you wanted to
No.
be barren to say, hey, we have pipes along this road, that's fine. But in the 2024, if it's not giving you real information, they're gonna be like, it ain't worth the app you have it on.
Remind me of, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think all we're doing is we're just, if you guys are interested, we'll have this guy come in and give you a
Presentation.
presentation.
Yes, he could do the whole
And then he'll
presentation.
be able to answer all those questions for you.
So there probably is something out there, Mr. Dodd, that fits our needs. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
Trimble. Trimble's one, right?
Okay.
Trimble is well represented in our area. They use it in the farm, just in the fields, but bring us more than just one. Because for $6,000, you ain't getting much.
okay, so do we have a motion on the floor to approve? All right, we're gonna move forward with F, discuss and vote on district manager shortlist. Do you want us to push that until next month?
I would recommend that we push it to the next one and make it the first item so that we
Okay,
can have a robust discussion.
Excuse me, Chairman.
yes.
You say we have the motion to approve what?
You said?
The GI, yeah, the GIS.
You said, so, you
Just to have a presentation.
Yeah, we're just gonna have a presentation in front of us, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna postpone F until next month, and it will be our section A for next month. All right, we're gonna go to G, discuss and vote on time card, online time card. So there's a system that my team has moved off into, it's called Busy Busy. That team tracks their location of when they clock in, when they clock out, when they go to lunch. It also tracks their daily logs, what they do on paper, it's all on this app. And basically we can be what's called overviewers. We can't make corrections, we can't edit it, we can pull files and reports and data logs. And what that would do is, because I did this with my on-site maintenance team, we sent them for a whole month to work on cutting grass. And what we did was, they have to take photos of before and after the project, if there's an incident, and the GPS tracks them on what equipment they're on, how long they're on the equipment, and it'll show you within that geo map exactly what they're doing in that area. It also helps you track down on overtime, because you can see how long someone's been in one spot, because every 5 to 10 minutes they'll re-pin them. And if they haven't moved from that designated spot, either if they're not doing road work or they're mowing, whatever it may be, it will show. This is something that I think we should implement and get away from the time cards, and everything will be digital. They can't punch in unless their fencing is here in the office. No one else can log in on their device, because it'll ring a flag to all the viewers. Let's say we're all viewers. It'll say someone logged into another device, not authorized by them. So they have to be physically here in the office to clock in on their phone. And if they try to clock out outside of their geofence at the end of the day, it'll pin them wherever they logged out, and we can address that issue as a board to the day-to-day operations. This is just something that helps us overview what happens day to day. Instead of having to come into the office, we can pull the file and say, for instance, Daniel was cutting grass on this road. Typically, we'll have an estimate because they'll pull the data. Last month, it only took him 30 minutes to cut both sides of the road. This time, it took him an hour. What was the difference in change? So it allows us to question it, and also, with our community members, if they have any questions or concerns regarding an issue, we can require someone from the office to go to these issues, like Christopher's and many other members, to say, hey, there was a problem with the culvert. They will physically have to go there, take the picture, it'll time, date it, and pin it. So if we as a viewer say, did they go? The manager says yes, or a supervisor says yes, they went there to view it. We can go back and see what time they went to go view it, what pictures were taken, and what they updated in that report for that daily. I think this is something that we should implement. It takes a lot of the they say away from any of our management staff, and it gives it back to the employee to prove themselves that they're actually doing their work, and the manager can manage accordingly if we need to remove or hire a new employee. Because from my overview, there's a lot of work being done from what I'm hearing, and our manager is very diligent in tracking that, but we only go off of the day-to-days, and sometimes the day-to-day can say, hey, I worked on this and this, and then you go back and look, that's not the case.
How much, Jim? 6 seats for how much?
For the service, so they do a bulk price if we buy it for the annual. If we buy it for annual, it is $8 to $9 a user, and if we do it monthly, it's $11 a user. So we're looking at approximately, with all 15, we're looking at a couple thousand every year, but it details every single thing I said, and that's their pro service. They do have 3 different trims, but their pro service offers all of this and more. I'm just the top of it.
I got a couple of questions. Those employees that we have on staff, are they electronic savvy?
Well, we pay for their cell phones. I know that we pay for their cell phones.
Actual work on it?
It's very self-explanatory. Yeah, my father, who's 46 years old, and I have a worker, he's 61. He tells me all the time, he's like, hey, can you explain it? We did an open class where I explained it to everybody, how to use it, how to clock in, how to take pictures. You can expand the words, shrink the words. It's all up to what we want to do, but it's very communicative, and a lot of government agencies do use it so that they can overview without commentating, hey, can you email me this? Hey, can you send me this? You log in with your login, and you'll pull up every single thing that is public record to us as the board and the community. Hours of when they clocked in, when they clocked out, what jobs they're working at. This is all public knowledge already, but it's in the palm of your hand.
What's gonna happen if we have just one meeting, doesn't gather all that? What's gonna happen with that employee then?
That you can't deal with.
Like, let's say I cannot comprehend after a whole class of training, what's gonna happen with that employee?
Well, you're right.
What do you think should happen?
What do I think should happen?
That's Moreno.
No, I'm asking, what's gonna happen to me if I can't comprehend that?
Well, to be very frankly honest with you, a lot of companies and government agencies are moving away from paper because paper can be altered. And one of the rule of thumbs that I liked how the city of Belgrade and many other cities stated, paper could be altered, and you wouldn't know if it comes from a higher level in management or it comes from a lower level in management. I could go back and say, and you'll never know. But with digital, it's more efficient, where no one can say, oh, I clocked in at 5 or I clocked in at 6. The rule of thumb is everyone will learn. It may be hard at first, teaching them how to do it, but eventually they'll get the process, or they'll say, hey, can you help me do this? And that would be the incentive. I haven't heard any of my colleagues or any other people that I know that have implemented this system either in their government office or their business, that they had any employee that's not so technically savvy after a training and a walkthrough, not understanding how to use the process.
I have 2 friends of mine, 62 and 65. they retire because they cannot handle anything like that. I mean, they try many ways, shape to get that going, and they got to go, guess what, I'm gonna retire. I mean, we gotta think ahead, okay? And not discriminate each other, the type of employees that we have working to make sure, you know, we don't get into that dilemma, okay? That we put that in place and we get rid of it.
Let me explain myself and say my opinion. You know, I have to say this. I left fuel as a company system. They're always checking on you, they want to check everything you do. They want to know what time you do this or what, I don't know. I like the American system, real free. Okay? We have good employees here, they do a good job. They do it under technical conditions sometimes. They do everything the stage, the games. What do we have to do is check on them? We trust you. They're good employees. They're good, I don't care about any license. They're good employees. I know them. I know all of them. We have to trust them. Okay? So we're going to be doing it like a Gestapo here in the United States. We're going to be doing it like Communist Cuba here in Venezuela. And let me check what time you did this, or what time you went to the restaurant. I don't like that. They're doing a good job. I mean, my manager is here. Maybe, Mrs. Hernandez, if you see the employees that we have, don't they do a good job?
They do.
But don't you know the time they came in? At the time they go out?
Yes.
At the time they go to the office? I patrol with the sheriff for 4 years now. Okay? As a volunteer. So I care for them. And I see them working all the time. You know? So why we have to use a Gestapo system or coming system to be checking them there every time they go to do something? She's the manager, she's checking them. And I see her going in the truck, in the pickup truck, supervising them. Also your assistant came. So we know what they are. They're here. They're going all the place. They're doing their job. They're doing their job. Why we have to use a Gestapo system, a communist system, that's the way I see it.
Let me show you a good example. Montura, its branch is changing. Okay? And we change it for the better and the best. That's what happened electronic. Everybody's going to electronic, and we have to think that people cannot catch up with that. So
let me tell you one thing.
I like the idea.
I'm 66. I was a state correction officer. I have a big lot. I live in here. Now I'm in the job. Everything's computer. You think I go crazy out there sometimes? Thanks God, the good correctional officers there, they help me out. Even to look at my time card. Because everything's computer. You know what I'm saying? So if there are people here that are like me. There are people here that are like me. They're not computer smart, and they're going to be having a hard time in the system.
We work together. Question for the sheriff. When you said clock in, I can understand. How do you, understand the system, so I'm just asking, how do you track where they're at and what they're doing?
So,
How do you understand that?
yes, so there's a policy that's drafted by the board or the company that once they sign up on this app, it says when you're working, your location is our property.
How do they know? How do we?
The phone, so their device that they use tracks it, it pings them every 5 to 10 minutes.
So
There's
that's a
one.
company phone then?
No. So it's on their phone, and we already paid for their phone. We paid for their phone service because we didn't do the radios in 2020. So we allowed.
We paid for half.
We still pay. We still pay. We still pay. And per law, if we pay anything, it's for our use during their hours.
Correct.
So while they're working here, we can require them to download an app because we're paying for their for them to use it for their service. So during work hours, the app would be there. We can put a geofence for all of Montura, a geofence for the clubhouse, and a geofence for Central County and the reservoir. So if they're here, we could say that it's required that all Central County clubhouse employees have the geofence in the clubhouse, and all Central County shop workers have the geofence here. It's like they're going to the time card, but it's all done on their phone. Instead of them saying, oh, hey Bob, can you clock me in? And Daryl is still driving down the road 5 to 10 minutes. He just stole 10 minutes of time. So that's what we eliminate, number one. And then number two, when a lot of these big projects or red ticket items are happening, we can make it a project item. Central County manager can say, hey, this is a red ticket item project. Us as overviews can say the project started today. and 3 weeks later, the project's still going, every day it's gonna ask each employee who's working that project to send an updated photo, write their report of what they did, and while they're working there, it's pinning them what they're doing.
So the deal with the phones, since Central County's paying a portion of it, then, you know, because there's a public records request law, so then if they're conducting.
We don't need anything from their phone, the app will pull it from the app.
Well, that's one part of it. The other thing is like, if there's information being exchanged to them, stuff that has to do with the district, does that mean that the community can come in and ask for certain things off their phone? Since it is,
So
because they own the phone, but Central County pays for part of it, so then it
So
becomes public
any, so
records.
that's a
right?
great question.
John, we went through that class.
Yeah, so
No,
anything on the app, anything on the app that pertains to Central County is all of ours to view. It won't link anything to the phone. Now, if they're having a regular conversation on the phone pertaining work, we have no control of overseeing that because we already pay for it now. So that's like if we're working there at Central County now, they're still paying for our phone. They're paying for our phone, so if we have a conversation about a road, as of right now, as we speak, is that public record. But the app is within itself, so
Right.
nothing from the app will leave the phone.
Yeah, well, I was just trying to like catch two things at one time. I understand what you're saying about that, but you gotta remember too, that even though they own the phone, Central County pays for it, and there is county work being conducted on it, it does become subjected, it could, to public record request too, right?
Well, that's right. So I'm going to send in a public record request because I want all the text messages between the guys while they're at work.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, that's probably something we need to address at some point, because, it could cause problems down the road.
It was brought up in 2020 to get away from us paying from the phones and providing them either with walkie-talkies or the AT&T phones that are basically walkie-talkies and phones. And if you buy them in bulk, it's cheaper, and giving them to the workers that we have here.
So just, and I don't know anything about the one you're talking about, but I do represent some trucking companies. All the trucks have GPS on them. So at any point in time, they know where a truck is. And the employee has to sign a little waiver that they know, they don't have to ask permission, but that they know they're being monitored. And that's very common today. I don't know if on the equipment, a little GPS tag. That should be pretty straightforward, so that at any point in time, you know where any of the heavy equipment is being used. Rather than tagging, Pico, because then if they go home, how do you turn it off?
Oh, yeah, so it says it right there in their fine print that once they click clock out, it no longer tracks them. Because that's invasive of their privacy and they're not on working hours. So that was all the questions I asked pertaining to that as well in public record, that if someone requests saying, hey, what is Bob doing down the road on Monday through Friday during Central County time, you can pull every single thing from when he clocked in until he clocked out on Friday. It'll show all his location, it'll show all his projects he worked on from beginning to end. And I think it's very, very beneficial for the district, especially with the transparent issue that we have. It's very clear to the public that they can request it, hey, I seen the grader down this road, can I pull the form? Sure, why not? Click of a button, they have the whole week or month from whenever the system starts where that grader was at on that route.
So whenever they're on call, they're running pumps, they check the pumps, and then they go home and they're still on call, they still stay clocked in?
Normally when they're running pumps, they're here, they don't even go from there. The guys are here, they're running back and forth, they don't go home.
And that will also help as well, if they are going back and forth, we can see if they are going to the pumps and checking the pumps. We can even require it where you download QR codes. You can download QR codes and put them on the pumps, and they have to physically take the picture, and it'll tell you, it'll timestamp saying they were at this pump at this time.
Yeah, you don't want to get too crazy. Then
No, but I'm saying, these are things that they do, these are things that they do, with the system.
Yeah, you ever so you're just to look into it, or you don't purchase it right now?
No, I want to look into implementing it as soon as possible due to a lot of the transparency complaints that I had regarding road work, projects that are happening within the community. People just wanna have an updated log. Because requesting files here or coming here to pull up daily becomes very time consuming. Compared to us just going on us as a viewer and saying, okay, let's see what they did today. And it'll show us the whole list. We won't pull time away from our manager.
Right.
We won't pull time away from any of the employees. It's strictly all done by them individually. So when we do have these formal meetings, we can say, hey, on this date, blah, 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 can we have answers?
The community can view it too.
And the community can view it too.
I got a question. Hey, wait, do you brief the employee the changes that we are talking about coming in the future?
Yes.
So they're, because if that'll be I don't want it to be a surprise. Even though it's something we got employees on the floor, I want to make sure it's coming from you, hey, the boy talking about this and that.
Every morning that we, after this meeting, in the morning, we'll have a meeting, and I inform everyone of everything that we spoke about, and then I give them the link, and they can be watching it on the video. They will watch it.
So if you see anybody with a flip phone, they gotta push numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if they have one of these, I can promise you that they know how to get into Facebook and all that other junk.
But not on the actual
They
game.
better be able to.
I do have someone that does have a flip phone, just so you know.
That's
I'm just stating, there actually
And it
two
might be a
that have
state
flip.
forward.
Actually, Kenya has a flip phone right now.
So how would we get past that?
Another kind of.
Well, again, that's, it's gonna have to come back.
We have to figure that out. I think that's
Because I do have one that has a legit flip phone.
Oh, they have a flip phone?
No, just
Yeah.
work with the flip phone.
No, it doesn't work on a flip phone.
And that's,
But she's an office employee, so she
no, I have a regular employee that has a flip phone.
Yeah, no.
They can, they have to come to this box right here to use their card. We have an office computer in there that they can log in and plug in and out. It's the same thing, it's just they're using a computer.
There's, okay, but wait, there's a computer that is assigned to Ms. Kenya, and there's a computer that I have assigned, and then the one for the district manager, for whoever's there. There's not an extra computer. So, again, we're talking about personal use, because that's what the busy, yeah, the applications. That's all I'm saying.
I just think it's something that we should implement to better the system, and those are things that we can, those are things that
I
we
know
can
there
work
are
around.
other ones, there are other.
Yeah. We can work around with those employees that may not have a smartphone, compared to finding an alternative, but we do need to look into some kind of system that does track what work is being done daily, minus in a piece of paper and a timer outside.
So you're not looking just for time, you're looking to track their work.
It's basically a daily report system, but it does do tracking of their time as well.
So would you just like bring us something where we let you look at it?
Yeah.
It's like that management, that's what that is.
Yeah.
So bring us something, we all look at it.
That's like a
I
spicy.
like it, why not?
Okay. So we're gonna move forward to G, discuss and vote on, H, discuss and vote on e-check, e-sign for checks. It has come to my attention that we've been paying either bills late or checks are not being sent out in time due to signature. With this, hey, my name has been signing a lot of checks. And then Santana been coming in and signing, or you. But I think something that I proposed, and it goes in unison with all of this as well, is a purchase of tablets like this, because a lot of other government agencies have it. The tablet will primarily be the seat. If we ever get removed, it stays and it's for that seat. And that's where we can either view the Busy application, and we can also e-sign some of the checks. The reason being is because we can't keep having these checks go 2 to 3 weeks without being signed, because either we're too busy or we don't have enough time to stop in the office, because we do have our 9 to 5 to 8 to 5 jobs. The only thing is about the e-signs is if we are signing checks, I do want, like how she presented to us physically, the breakdown with what the check is that we're signing, where it's not just an applicant, where it's just a check and we just sign it. I want to see a breakdown through the tablet, yeah. Yeah, wherever you're at.
So, I'll sign the checks, and thing is, somebody needs to let us know when they sign checks. Because on Fridays, everybody's working. They put me twice for it, and then after 5, you come to the house, I'll sign them. So I think that's their responsibility to let us know, you know, because we just can't come in here whenever.
No, absolutely, but in her defense, there has been times where bills are due, and they magically sent.
But y'all have only called me twice. So if there's been any other one?
No, we've had a couple weeks where checks haven't been signed on time.
Twice.
But yeah, this is something that will help us modernize and get rid of a lot of this paper as well. A lot of the agenda and all of this will also be on there for us to come in and view, instead of it being, hey, where are we at? I don't have this, do you have this? Presentations can also be presented to us on here as well from any vendor. They can email it to us or send it, airdrop it to us, and we can all have the same information at the exact same time. If there's an emergency or something in the office that needs to be illustrated to us, if someone doesn't have access to their emails because of their phone or they got logged out, the tablet will have everything just to pertain just for Central County. It's not for our personal use, it's for county use only. So it'll have the county email in it, and any apps and software that the county uses, but that's what's supposed to be on there for the e-sign as well. That's for us as board members, so that if we ever get removed, whoever replaces us, the tablet is there.
So we're gonna be having a tablet, each one of us?
The board, yeah, that's what I prefer.
I'm guessing these checks are gonna be scanned, so how are they gonna?
So they're on the
Somebody has to put that information in.
Yeah, so I
Who's gonna do that?
don't know if John's Boy's office is equipped to do it, where you can send us the breakdown, like the invoice and the receipt log of the check, as well as with the check to being signed and reviewed, or you can't.
We've been hacked before.
Well, there's a lot of cybersecurity programs out there that I know we can look into, but we have to modernize, and checks, I've contacted numerous other government agencies. Some of them don't use checks like that. They actually have a secret PIN where your PIN changes every week, or we can have it where it changes every day and it texts it to you. You log into where you have to sign your check with that PIN, you log in and you sign your check. We just can't. The system does it, but our financing office should be able to stay with modern times as well.
John's gonna do it.
Make sure we have a secure system.
We gotta do something.
It's good that we talk about this stuff.
It's at the point where we're the only government agency that we're still signing checks, and the checks are getting signed.
Government agency, but I will say we are the.
Everybody pays everything online, everything is electronic, we're the only ones that are still doing everything through paper. And it's not being transparent enough to our constituents of what's going on. We do pay late fees, they may be $5, $10, but that's $5 or $10 that we're taking away from the constituents. Not just the loan, the time from when the checks are signed, from the time the checks are sent out or even given to our treasurer. So we have to come up with some solution. This is the fastest solution that we can do. I know a lot of other big places do use it. It is a fee, a costly fee as of right now, but we have to look into alternatives. I've been saying this since 2020.
I can get with Marie, John. I can talk to Marie. I mean, because again, one of their biggest clients is US Sugar.
Well, we have to come up with some solution.
One thing, Mr. Chairman, and I have to say this. We have no money. You making all these things and everything is money. Do we have no money?
Well, this was.
We need a money machine here. That's what you have to bring over here.
No.
Bring all those things. We have no money.
It has nothing to do with the money. It has to do with the aspect of us being transparent. We have checks that are being signed late.
Every tablet costs money.
But it's something that's one-time cost fee. It's not we're gonna be buying every new version of the tablet. It's only to read your email, to get document.
To check on your please.
The system to bring? Well, I don't have the exact number, but I'll make sure when I bring it next month, I bring a little bit more than what you guys asked for. But we just need to be more transparent with our community. We're being very vague with them, and this past couple weeks, I have hundreds of messages of not complaints, legitimate concerns that they contacted the office, they emailed. I do reach back out to our interim manager to follow up with those projects, but it also comes to the aspect of what proof or evidence do we have, minus to present to these individuals that the work is being worked on or complete. A lot of the constituents like myself, they drive around, they take pictures. The next day, if we say that we're gonna do something, we have to hold that standard. What happens is, oh, we're gonna get to it, and then 2 or 3 weeks later, we do have accidents, we do have things that happen, but the transparency aspect is gone. So when that constituent goes and says, hey, you said you're gonna be here next week, I may not know as a supervisor, because I may not contact my manager every day, or have that, hey, we had an emergency, I could go back in the system and say, hey, they were working on it, they did notate that they went to go look at it, but here's the project they're working on now. And it's also public record to everyone here. So, that's what I propose for H. Alright, we'll go into I, discuss and vote on resurfacing asphalt roads. Hernandez.
Yeah, that was just following up on the two proposals. I have one coming in, I didn't get it yet, so we'll just scratch that one off, all right? Because again, Hacienda and Hunt from A33 on Hunting Club, that's horrible, and Horse Club, same too. But I was trying to get that one extra proposal.
What about Hunting Club from Hacienda to A33?
The road is bad, that's the one that we wanted to just resurface.
That's not the one
That's the one we were talking, we have been talking about the maintenance of it.
It's not the only one. Horse Club is just as bad.
Yeah, Horse Club is just as bad.
Yep, whatever happened, like for Falls, I know Horse Club and Huntington has bigger problems. I remember a while back, I guess Minio bought equipment to do hot patches, and they got a roller, they got a trailer.
Well, not hot patches.
He bought a street saw.
Yes,
the concrete saw, and all that.
And we have that, and we have the,
Y'all still use any of
the
that?
wall behind, we haven't used it, I'm gonna be honest, no.
Did it work?
They,
So whenever they did use it, did it actually help anything, or was it just?
well, the whole patch that we were using at that time wasn't sticking like it should have.
Yeah.
To be honest, the one that we're using now, you can even use it while the ground is wet, because it actually seals it better.
Yeah.
So, and that's the one that I got from, the information from Henry County's roads,
Yeah.
and that's what we've been using, and that one has been.
And are y'all cutting out the whole?
No. To be honest, no.
They're blowing it out, but that's why it's blowing out quick. That's what I'm saying. Our base is about to tear up if we don't do it. We haven't done anything in 2 years. You know, you're crying about $100,000 for
But the road that we need to do ASAP is perimeter. Perimeter is, we always leave perimeter behind.
Can you give a price?
We always leave perimeter behind.
Give a price.
I have residents from perimeter complaining.
So you just talked to Mr. Daniel about budget and not having money. How much would it cost to do perimeter? And the condition is that.
Oh, prison.
No. Hey, I'm not saying put asphalt in all perimeter. I mean fixing the.
If I live down
Fixing, no. I'm talking about fixing the whole.
Yeah.
Fixing it. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about putting asphalt in all road.
Do you know how far you need to take it up to be at its right elevation at the speed?
So,
but to fill the hole, have a hole, you're gonna put another material in the hole?
yeah, so there's a lot of material, and I proposed it a while back. If you see the sub base that y'all took out, y'all have tons of, it's already mixed up with crushed rock. Yeah, so a lot of that, whenever they was cutting down these roads and put the millings on, I proposed to her and I told her, why don't you take that, go down the perimeter, instead of you dumping it here and then picking up and sending it back there, you have two graders. Send one down there, so while they're working on the road, take that rock, that's still good rock, lay it out, and then as you start doing these projects, you're gonna have two things going at the same time.
I'm feeling the area that is.
Yeah, and now they're having to move the material twice. And that's why I get back with projects, you know, you do projects, if you kind of plan them out, they'll work out, while they're cutting out a bunch of sub-base, they can move it down here.
Well, we could do that now because we actually have two grader operators. At that present time, we only had one person that actually knew how to use the grader. Now I have two extra people that actually have been training on it. And that's kind of been our little testing ground perimeter on using the grader, the old grader. So, and the new one, I'm just saying, we've been using both of them.
Yeah, because a lot of the holes, they can go out there and if they actually cut it down and move some of the material around, they can kind of create a new base for it and then put the rock on top. Instead of having, because if you're gonna have a big hole and you're gonna put a foot of rock in it, and then you go a few feet forward and there's only this much rock on it. That's why once, you go ahead and you reshape it and you put your rock on top of it, it'll be a better base for you in the future.
Do we have a line of rock here? Do we have a line of rock material? Line of rock?
We have some, in small amounts though, very little.
We can use line of rock.
Yeah, we've been using the base rock that we pulled up and that's what we laid on perimeter.
Have you finished your report yet? Or are you still going
We
down?
were not on our report. We didn't even start the report. We were on the asphalt.
Still on the road?
Well, I got a question. Did you guys vote on the minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I stepped out, so.
Okay, so this is, so reserve, the roads. Do you have a motion?
I was just going remember, I told you.
She scratched it out.
I scratched it.
Okay, due to the, I apologize everyone, due to the time, we're gonna go through the managers or the reports for our staff reports. Just go through your report and then after, if the board has any questions, they'll ask the question. And then we'll just jump strictly into 6 with this.
That's 6, I don't even know why that's even in there.
Okay, so we're gonna erase that. Alright, so all staff members we're gonna start with our district manager. Can you please go through your report? Any questions? Wait until the end of all of the staff reports.
We've been working with Ovid on the resilience grant, me and Steve. Conference call, as you see, with staff gauges. Hal from Mr. Bennett's office will be installing them. We already got that situated. The Henry County grant updates, me and Mr. Steve and Diane, that's also part of his office, have been working with them as well. Pumps have been running, working on Canal 13, cleaning and picking up debris. Millings on Avenida del Sur and Lindero happened throughout this month. Whatever we had left of millings, that road was one of the worst roads we had on our old list, and that's what we tackled first. And we went on to Horse Club and Nogai. Road repairs we've done, Horse Club, I'm not gonna name them all, but they're all there. On the corners, if you see off of Bald Cypress, Horse Club, Nogai, Avenida Sur, Ventura, Hunting Club, Appaloosa off of Cabbage, we filled in the corners. People tend to take that corner and it just loses the material. We actually put millings and it's holding a lot better. We picked up debris, we burned everything that we're picking up at the same time. We were working on the sides of the roads that we were scraping off to offset the water so it's not sitting on the road. We started mowing again, our mowers were down, all 3 of them. And then we finally got the little one going and the big one of the big ones is going right now. So I'm still waiting on 2 gearboxes to come and we'll have all 3 of them running. Permits, I did not put the total on there in the site in the inspections. I'll get that to you guys, I can email that to you. Potholes, which we know they're getting worse, Hunting Club, of course, we're using coal patch throughout. We've been picking up trash on Siboney and, actually it's Elk and Siboney when that follows through. They dumped a whole bunch of roofing material back there and they've been picking up other trash, that's the other thing. When there's trash thrown in the middle of the road, we have to stop our day-to-day to go pick up the trash that people are throwing. They come into our community, they dump it, and then we have to stop what we're doing. If the guys are on the roads or they're doing whatever we were on our projects, we have to stop what we're doing to go pick up certain things because people don't respect our roads. So if you guys know people and you guys are seeing it, please report them. Our pool is open, our big pool, our waiting pool is not open, but we're waiting for the drainage information, which they did receive, so hopefully they'll be out and they'll be able to open that. We did the back to school bash, it was a success. There's still backpacks available. Anybody that has not received it, I've been telling them, please go to the clubhouse, give your information, and there's backpacks for the kids in our community. And now we're getting ready for our cancer walk, which is October 5th. And we also have our golf tournament coming up in October. And then we have, on November 2nd, we have our first fall festival. So there's a lot of things that are coming up in the next month. Oh, and we have our election on October 19th, and from 9 to 3, and then we're gonna have our annual meeting that follows, as we do every year. So, and it's for, yes, sir, and that's it.
How long is gonna be, how much distance is gonna be the council and walk?
We did it starting from the clubhouse, and we walked from the clubhouse, coming out the park, around Camino Real to Mayoral, back to the clubhouse. So it's like a 3-point-something radius.
Only?
Yeah, it's considered a 5K walk. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yes. Question. I wanted to ask about.
Go ahead.
Wait, I wanted to ask about, I've been keeping up with the back gates in the back of the reservoir and the south gates that releases water down L2 Canal.
Yes.
Right, so I have the operating criteria, of what has to be met for it to be open. And it has to reach up, it says that this is to be operated between 22 and 24 GPD. And it's not, I mean, I went up there, the staff gauge is below 20, way below it. I see that the 2 gates are still open. So what ends up happening in the long run, well, it's not supposed to be operated in that fashion because you have to meet a certain criteria, which I don't know if you want to speak on that, John, or something. So what ends up happening, all this water that's supposed to be sitting there, it's just leaving. And that's not the way it's supposed to be operated. This is already the 3rd, maybe 4th time I brought this issue up. And, you know, it can get us in a lot of trouble with the district because that's not the way that structure is supposed to be operating. And I hate having to come up here and repeating it, but I don't know how many more times I gotta say it. And then, you know, that's being out of compliance. And that's not what I said, that's the permit that we have with the district.
Well, we've got a water management district inspection coming up on.
And, yeah, so, you know, I mean, I don't know what else to do. I mean, I contacted them, I told them, hey, we gotta do something about this because management's not doing it. So, you know, so now I guess.
Well, we did ask them to open it, and they gave us permission because of the storm that was coming. And that's why we went and we.
From when?
Huh?
When, recently?
When we had our, right before Debbie, the storm that we had.
I was just over there this weekend and it's open.
No, I'm not saying that it's not, sir.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying we had it open. We never went back there and closed it again, is what I'm saying. We did open it more because the reservoir was almost at 24 feet on the inside. And the levels did go down. And so again, the reason why it was open, and they gave us permission to open it up another half a foot on each side. That's why it's open, because we were draining the reservoir because it was almost at 24 feet.
Yeah, have you ever read the permit or any of this to the way it's supposed to be operated, the criteria?
To be honest, I'm not saying much.
Okay, but this is very important because this permit, you know, this is what we operate under. And, you know, when I called them, I asked them, you know, there's supposed to be a verbal discussion between Central County and the Palm Beach office. And I asked them, and they said, you know, and then they said, per the flow chart, it said that it's been open since the 21st, which I know hasn't been completely open, but I've seen that thing open, I mean, this more than 4 or 5 times. So even like right now, why is it open?
Again, we haven't gone back there to close it. That's what I'm telling you.
That's why this is very important for you to understand. I mean, I could give you this, and I brought it up. I don't know how many times already, and I hate to have to, you know, beat on this, but it's like we can't keep doing that type of stuff. That's the problem that's always happened here. Is that we always say we're doing stuff right. That's why staff gauges are important. You know, like pumping your main canals. Where on the staff gauge would you say justifies you cranking a pump? There's a level. There has to be some type of level.
Correct. If it's above 21, it cannot be over 21. So we have to turn on the pumps to get that drain.
And then you pump it down to what?
It's I want to say 20.
Yeah,
20 thereabouts, because again, you mentioned it before. I'm listening. Okay. Now, The only time we've gone lower was because of storms that are coming in. And that's why you've seen that a lot of the flooding that we had prior, during all these storms that we've had currently, we have not been flooding. Yes, the potholes will hold the water of the roads that we do have, yes. But as you notice that we've tried to keep that same level. Our reservoir was at 23, 24. And we've been keeping track of that because, again, of that, we have not closed that gate. That I can guarantee.
So how long has it been open now?
So, yeah,
When was that?
2 weeks, 3 weeks ago. No more. Just about. When we had the little storm, no.
It's been 2 weeks.
The storm that just came through.
Yeah, it's been 2 weeks.
The storm that just came through.
And the reservoir got up to past 22?
We had it almost at 23. Oh, he left. I was gonna say Albert.
Y'all have a log of all that?
Yes, we do.
I can get a log of that?
Yes,
Yeah,
we do.
because I asked them about it and
Yeah.
they have no idea, like,
Yeah.
you know, that's the only reason I'm bringing it up, because like I said, I went out there and I flew my drone and both of them were wide open.
You're correct.
And there's like I said, it ain't because I say it's because the criteria says that that's the way it's supposed to be operated. We need to really get into, that's what water management is about, because it's not just flooding, it's during irrigation. So right now, all that water leaving out, we're gonna go through a very dry spell this year. And letting all that water out, surely is not gonna help. You know, and that's the only reason why I bring it up, you know.
And I respect that. Like I said, you know, but when I do get the emails from South Florida Water Management telling us that we have to bring down our canals, the storm coming, we don't know exactly where it's pinned to, where it's gonna hit, we're gonna have flash floods. So I make sure that our canals is as low as I can get without killing our vegetation and our fishes and stuff like that, because I don't wanna be behind the 8 ball, like it's happened in the past. So that's been my only concern, you know. So when I get those emails like that, I go ahead and tell the guys, let's bring it down to what we have to.
Yeah.
You know?
And every time you open the back gate, you contact the district Palm Beach office and tell them where your staff gauge level is, and then they give you permission to open it 1 foot, 2 foot,
Yeah.
10 inches.
They've given us permission to open that gate.
Every time.
Yes. They have never said no.
Alright, let's move forward. Engineer report?
Okay, reviewed and approved 5 electric permits for last month. We talked about, we received the second RAI for the AGI, we got an inspection on the 18th. I did receive an updated cost for pump station 12 for the grant. However, my understanding is there's not permit, not in the permit for, you know, so the permit would have to be modified to have that pump in. So we need to talk about that, how we want to do that. Well, on RFQ, I've got another one down here, for that, on that grant, the pump station 12 is with Hendry County, grant. The next one is, for the resiliency grant from 2023. Now, when we were on the phone with them last time, they said that in 21 that we have right now is 2022, right? The 2023 did not get approved because they want shovel-ready projects. So, you know, the district would have to hire an engineer to prepare some projects, you know, for that were shovel-ready, and then you would rank higher. Last year in 2023, you ranked low because they weren't shovel-ready. So,
Already means you're at 60% design and you've got permits.
right. So, you know, again, we just need to talk about that. Tonight's probably not tonight. You know, I'm working with Bennett to install staff gauges. Now, the one comment, they're putting these staff gauges in Dayton versus in GBT.
Yeah.
So we'll have to modify that elevation so you're going to be turning the top on and off to coincide with that. Plus, we're going to be putting in auto start, so you know, those will be calibrated to around that criteria as well. We also have Bennett, they're going to put some benchmarks down on perimeter to assist in putting in the culverts at the right elevation. Came out with Mr. Hernandez, and you know, we established a culvert policy on how to set the culverts, because typically what it is, it's a you know, you go out and you get the elevation and you do a cut two. Okay? But there are some places out there where a cut two is still above grade. So, you know, what we did was is either cut two or bottom of the swell. You know, so we clarified that, got that established. And again, I'm getting prices on auto starts. Most of the pumps are John Deere. And there's Everglades Farm Equipment right there that I'll show you, so I'm working with them to try to get some prices on that. We're also talking to an electrician to get prices to install these. He's got to hook it up to the battery, and we'll probably have to get a solar charger, triple charger to keep the batteries.
This is all telemetry?
Not,
Telemetry capability?
we could put telemetry on it, yes. Yeah,
It's like 10,000.
it's probably gonna be, you know, $2,000 to $3,000, you know, for each one for the floats and the, by the time you do it
Or
installed.
if we do a grant or something, do a good telemetry where it's all data log.
We can try, sure.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We're gonna go to district treasurer.
Briefly tell you where I think we're at here in Melton South. 10 months out, 7% under budget on our expenditures. And in order to do the budget, I had to compute what I thought we would make as by the end of the year, which is this coming through. And unless we do something like buy equipment or some unusual expense, something like we may be ahead like $650,000 revenue or other expenses. We can make a good add back to our equity. So that's where I think we're at. Want to go through the reports?
For the sake of time, no, we're gonna go to D. Thank you, John. John Ferraro.
Okay, we prepared a budget resolution for tonight's adoption. Going to be bringing back to you next month the financial disclosure requirements that passed this last year. We're now preparing for the October election. We'll be bringing a resolution next month on the election procedures. Some of you who have been around know that in advance of the election, we set forth all the procedures and requirements for the election. Drafted a letter to congressmen regarding the post office. We're coordinating a meeting with Aaron Beatty regarding the state grants and working with the district engineer on the environmental resource permit application.
That's it. All right. Any supervisors reports?
I got a question, John, about the elections. In the past, they had, whenever they had, I don't know if it was 2016 might change or 18, but they actually had fake names that was put in and actually counted. And then whenever they looked up the properties, there was like months in advance, and then there's a lot of properties that were sold off, and then that person wasn't entitled to have all of them votes, but they still had them. So as a concern I brought up to you is like, who's gonna handle this to where we don't have, we make sure that if Chris self-votes, taxes are paid, we can sell the property, he's a landowner, you know, there's no fake name thrown in there and counted, because it is an issue that we did have, and the only thing that came out of that was that there's no more absentee ballots.
Right.
You know, that was allowed after that, but it's just to make sure that, you know, that nothing like that happens again.
Looking around, because Becky's the one, she and the staff are the ones that, when someone comes to, fills out a ballot, they present her with identification. She's got a printout of the tax rolls, she makes sure they're up to date.
Yeah.
I don't know all the details that they do, and then and it's all in the resolution. I don't know what else they do to verify. I think they have a computer set up as well to go online, to check with the tax appraisal office, and then there's a chain of custody with regard to the ballots, and the only person that touches it is the CPA.
I believe it's a Zoom.
Yeah, and I hope, can you, reach out to her, she's got the date and everything?
Yeah, she got, she's,
Yeah, can you about this here?
Yeah.
please?
I just wanna make sure.
Becky, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just ask about, what you do to verify when somebody comes to vote. When somebody comes to vote, how do you verify that they're able to vote? Yeah.
There's a roll book that we obtained the information from the county from the property appraisals and the tax collector. And then I send that off to, a company in Fort Myers. He generates and puts everything together, and then he sends it back on an Excel spreadsheet. I send it to, get it printed, and then I turn that into the accountant, office that's gonna be in charge of the election.
that's Mrs. Swindle, one.
Mrs. Swindle, yes.
Yeah, you, make sure you call her, but I think,
They will take the ID of the person. I believe if you didn't pay your taxes within those 30 days of the election, you have to be caught up to date on paying your taxes.
but Swindle does that.
Yes, I don't do that.
Okay, because it used to be I forgot the guy's name, he used to say, all I do is count.
No, we changed them after that whole incident. Amy Swindle is the one that has,
So Amy
done
does the
our last
verification.
elections.
She does the verification and the counting,
Yes.
and there should not be any
Nobody from Suffolk
fingerprints.
County's touching anything?
No,
I don't touch
No.
anything, you shouldn't touch anything.
all I do is get the information, like I said, put it together, I give her the whole roll book, and they do whatever. She has her, lady that comes with her that verifies their ID, make sure you can vote, if you can vote, she's gonna have to sign. If you can't, then she'll be like, sorry, you can't unless you have a physical, receipt within the 30 days that you just paid your taxes up to date, then you can vote. But if you don't have the receipt, and they can't attest to it, they won't let you vote.
And the roll book, how up to date are you gonna get it?
Well, like, what I was talking to you, so I'm gonna, now when we get back from the holiday,
Yeah.
I'm gonna request it, cause it takes like a week or so, and then it takes him about 2 weeks. So I gotta make sure I get it back within that length of time,
Yeah.
because I have to get it from Lucinda, and I gotta get it from the, like I said, tax and the property, both
Yeah,
of
the
them.
reason we're speaking about it is I brought up the concern that there was, I guess whenever y'all got it, it was like months way out. And then there was a landowner that had a lot, they put down how many properties they owned, and then it scratched out, and they added more.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that type of stuff doesn't, the names that comes in, that it actually backs up to a roll call. Just to make sure that we don't have none of that.
That's, like I said, for the last couple of elections, I don't, that's the only thing process that I do. We get the information and it goes to the accountant. And then Amy Swindle's the one that's taking care of it, she seals it, and she has it.
Oh, yeah, I have a supervisor.
You have a supervisor's report?
Oh, yes, sir, yes, sir. Question. I wanted to know with the chairman, what happened to the dog park that we approved? I brought up the motion to do it, the dog park. The clubhouse.
We tabled a lot of the projects regarding the clubhouse.
We tabled the dog park.
To our engineer to come up with a master plan, and then phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, as many phases as it would take to complete it. And the dog park and a couple other things that many other board members proposed is in there. So we're waiting to being presented the master plan. Once we get the master plan, you'll see in there that the dog park that was proposed is in there. But is there anything else? Anything else?
That'll be for 2025.
Only me, I tell you,
Roberto, do you have anything? All right, thank you all for being here today. I adjourn this meeting. Have a beautiful day.
We all have a order in the